We're on the record.
Taking its sweet time.
Recording in progress.
Looks like we are live now.
I don't have my gavel.
Sorry about that.
That's the best part of this whole thing.
Not the absolute power.
Is that a hint?
Are we?
Sorry, give me just a sec. I don't know why this is all...
Little thing.
Is your son continuing to recover?
He is, he's doing really well, he's back at work, and, yeah,
Very
he just has concussion.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, they have a graph.
Hey, Jenny, can you hear me?
That was the worst.
Hold on.
I sure can.
Okay, great. You're welcome to stay. We're just about to get the public part of our meeting started. I don't think we'll get to the executive session for, could be an hour or more. So I'm happy to text you if you want, or you can just stay around. Totally up to you.
I would
I
say,
think I'm gonna stick around for a bit.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I would say that is probably going to be longer than an hour.
Yeah, being optimistic.
Yeah. Okay, ready? Here we go. Call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I can write. No, I don't wanna kick you. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Like, took out cuts.
Yeah, don't.
Like,
We don't want any paramedics called.
No, I don't.
None of that. Okay. Board business. We deferred this because we were missing a couple folks, but election of board officers, and then we need to, why do we need to review the board member list?
Oh, in your packet you have a list from Clatsop County, the official record of, I believe, where you reside and your term information. So I included it here just for transparency to make sure that those addresses and dates are correct. That's all that refers to.
Question, Stan. This says it was a corrected update form. Was there an original? What was changed?
There was an original that was incorrect. I don't know what was wrong. I didn't notice anything that was wrong, but she sent a new one and said that this is the correct one.
Okay.
You don't have it, or it's on the back of?
My phone number is incorrect.
What page?
It would be page 4 on the back of this. On the back of the memo. Yep, back.
Oh,
Yep.
there, okay, I do.
Mike, sorry about that. Do you want me to?
I dropped my landline, I don't know if I,
Okay, so you're just a cell phone now.
yeah,
Okay, I got
40128.
Got you on speed dial since.
And do we need phone numbers? Because the rest of us do not have phone
Yeah.
numbers.
I don't think you do.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even think you need addresses. per se.
Well, I read in here that is a new thing, that we
You
don't
can-
have to
You
provide.
can check
Yeah.
check a
Yeah.
box. It's public
Which is
information.
why I have my PO box on there.
It probably hasn't been implemented yet at the state level. So that's a new law this year.
Yeah, but I can read it.
I'm starting to get mail that has the S and the U for my name capital. And it's just S, capital S.
Capital U and then S-A-N. Oh.
You just capital S and then U.
Yeah.
Duly noted.
And then we have to review the schedule. So let's start with officers. Crickets. I think I scared Kyle when I told him that we elected him president. I'm happy with the way things were, but
I'm happy with the way things were too. And, I don't know if there's a need for a change, but, I'm open to change.
I nominate Sue for board secretary.
okay, we can start there. Do we have a second?
That is
I'll
so funny.
second. Do we have a?
I'll second that.
I already did.
So do we do a position at a time, or do we do a?
We're doing, yeah.
We can do it later if you want, because my next comment was going to be nominating Celeste for vice president.
Same role?
You wanna do a slate, or would you?
Go for it. I don't care.
I move that we nominate the following slate of officers: Sue Coddington for board secretary, Celeste Bodnar for vice president, and Catherine Parker for board president. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, you can second that one, Mike.
Well, usually the chair doesn't.
All in favor, signify aye, opposed nay. Kyle?
Aye.
Sue?
Hi.
Celeste? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
Aye. There you go, okay.
Congratulations.
I think, yeah.
Are you happy with that, Catherine?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Okay. Because
I don't care.
I think maybe in a future year, we should, change it up a little bit. But I like it the way it is. And as far as, I wondered, because of the complaints about what the secretary does or doesn't do, maybe a job description.
What complaint?
Huh?
What complaint?
Oh, I had a complaint about why I am not taking minutes.
I do think a job description is just a good idea.
Yeah, in general.
Yeah.
Well, don't we have a board,
There should
but
be a board
not
policy
specific,
with-
not specific to, I think, the position.
Yeah, and I think that might be good self-governance for us
Yeah.
to actually have it.
SDAO will have
Just my
a
comment.
format.
Yeah. Because recall, I said I already do minutes for other committees I'm on, so I would not be comfortable doing the minutes here as well. That would just kind of bury me. So I appreciate the way it's done, but I know there's been some public comment to me personally about why I'm not doing minutes.
No rules.
Yeah,
Right.
I know another organization that does it this exact same way, so I think
Yeah.
there's precedent.
Right.
Well, and I think it's so refreshing that this is a recorded thing. You can pay attention to the meeting, and then I appreciate that Skylar, I actually thought, what a good idea.
Yeah,
That he takes the incentive and the time to do that, because you're in charge of the ship. And so when you're steering the ship, you can make sure, okay, yeah, this is how I heard this. Oh, wait a minute, I need to clarify that. And there it is on the recording.
well, and I know I am the secretary for another organization, which isn't quite as complex, but I spend a lot of time taking the notes, and I miss and cannot participate fully in the conversation.
Exactly.
Because I'm busy writing down what everybody else is saying, let alone what I'm saying. So I think it's important for you to participate.
Totally agree.
Okay, so then the meeting schedule is on page, 3. And December 20, we're not doing December 26th. That's,
Fair enough.
I'm busy. And March, is that truly spring break,
It
March
is.
26th?
Truly.
Okay.
We could look to move those meetings to the week before. Last year, actually, I think the last 2 years, we haven't had a December meeting. We are allowed to miss up to 3 and still be considered in compliance with what the state asks of us. I don't know if it's best practice or in the board's wishes, but we could miss a month or two. So, options for you. I just think it's, I know for me, my schedule goes up quickly, and it's nice for you all to be able to plan. Maybe if you're traveling for the holidays or something like that.
I would be okay moving them before the 19th.
The 19th is a CERT meeting,
Oh,
so
never mind. Well,
you can,
We're gonna keep our meetings on the same day of the week, same week of the month.
yeah, just there's ones that fall on December 26th falls on, Christmas, and then March 26th
Yeah.
is spring break.
It seems like moving the December, or canceling the December meeting might not be too problematic, just because it tends to be sort of a slower time of year. The March one, I would be reluctant to do that, because that is where I think, isn't that when we're preparing our budget?
Yeah.
And
It's usually around then, yeah,
so I would propose moving that
the week before.
in March, yeah.
Okay.
well, and the week before, we just got out again, we have CERT.
Yeah.
And that
What-
takes 2 of us.
Well, but we could show up a few minutes late.
Or we could choose to start the
Well,
meeting a
over
little
there.
bit.
Yeah, but we'll be right here.
I mean, we'll literally be over there.
When does your meeting get over?
6:30, unless we change the time, and I've been approached about putting it back to 5.
So we maybe on that one split the difference and you guys get done at 6 and we start at 6?
How about if we pencil it in for the 19th? And then if we have to cancel it, we'll.
Or the 12th, is the 12th, is
Oh.
once a month? Yeah, is there a problem with the 12th?
No problem with the 12.
Not necessarily, the only challenge sometimes is getting
Financial.
financials, and it's not like Chris or Darren, it's more just getting the bank statements and reconciling the month before. But if we don't have it, we can always review financials the following month or 2 months.
And
Well,
with the merger, they've been
That's
quicker.
true.
Yeah, it's taken a lot less time.
Well, okay, alternatively, could we consider moving it to like the Thursday, the 21st? We've done that before, where we've had a meeting on a Thursday.
Sure. Does that work for?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
It's pretty close to my anniversary.
Well, as long as it's not the day,
Well,
then you're all
okay,
right.
yeah. So, I do have a question with what's going on with the IGA. Is the third Tuesday when the school board meets, should we be starting to go to those meetings?
Possible. Yeah.
Because it might be a
You
good
mean like
idea.
all of us?
No,
Well, I don't think all of us
Just
can go,
go.
right?
No.
We can go, we just can't, you guys can't deliberate.
But,
Yeah.
well, it's just,
Let's save that maybe for another conversation. I don't think it's a bad idea to have representation. Yeah. But for the sake of this, what I've heard is look at possibly canceling the December meeting and move the March meeting to March 12th.
21st.
Oh, 21st, Thursday the 21st.
Thursday.
Thank you. Okay. We can revisit that. We have
Time.
Just try to get stuff lined up with schedules and presentations and things like that.
I will let you know on the November meeting, I am flying back from Chicago, and I will get in that morning, and I haven't figured out how to get home. You guys can all come pick me up.
Have a meeting, I got my car back, we can all sit.
You're coming back from Chicago in March?
No, on the 28th of November,
Oh, November.
which is our meeting day.
Oh.
I expect to be here, but I'm just.
Barring bad weather.
Oh, true. I'm sorry, you could phone me. I'll try to, hi, Windy City.
All right, declaration of potential conflict of interest. Kyle,
None.
Sue,
None.
Celeste,
None?
Mike.
And,
Just a reminder that I am a school employee and I don't represent the name of the brand. Recognition note of the SEPRD Employee of the Month for August, Angelina Alcala, who is not currently present. Not that one, this one. Hold on. Angelina is a hard worker and dedicated to succeeding in her role as a Clatsop Works intern with the district. Angelina is a student at Clatsop Community College with a passion for working within a team and finding her own graphic style and creative flow. She had been wanting to apply for an internship with Clatsop Works since her high school years, and finally this summer the circumstances were right. Her responsibilities at SEPRD include operations and marketing support, Seaside Farmers Market, event planning assistance, and customer service. She is a joy to work with and is always open to learn new things. So that is exciting that we had an intern, a successful intern.
She's been great, and we just confirmed yesterday or today that she's going to stay around and work for us after her internship ends. So
A very successful intern.
we've had some really great experiences with the Clatsop Works program, and this is another one of those awesome students that we got, and yeah, happy that she's going to stay on and continue.
So where is she?
Right now, I don't know.
I mean,
She might still be in youth programs, right?
She's working in some in youth programs. She's kind of doing some transitioning to learn more about youth programs, but the majority of her time has been in marketing, assisting with the farmer's market, and then doing a little patron relations specialist duties. She's gonna have few different hats, but she's a very talented.
Oh, I know who this is. Okay.
Well, congratulations, congratulations to Angelina,
Yeah.
and also congratulations to the district for having the foresight to engage in this internship program.
Yeah.
And class of works, that's awesome.
Yep. Let me just see if there's any folks here for public comment, either here or not here, nobody there. If Jenny wants to comment. Hello? Nope.
Okay, moving right along. Correspondence, just the,
Yeah, the only thing that you have is a document that the district received addressed to the board from the Oregon Secretary of State. As you may have heard, we have a new Secretary of State, and I've never gotten a letter like this. I don't think there's any reason to be alarmed. It looks like something that is sent to all government agencies, but just a reminder, you have some fiduciary responsibilities as board members, and there's some citings of the relevant public laws, as well as the reminder that we are required to do an annual audit. I don't
which
think
isn't
that's
a change.
Nope.
Yeah.
And something that we've obviously paid close attention to, but there are, from what I've heard, there are some special districts that may have forgotten some of those responsibilities. So thankful to Chris and Darren for always keeping our audit square. We have a great relationship with Rick. He was here, late July?
Yeah, the last week of July.
And it sounds like
One
we're,
or two.
Yeah, you guys take a little while.
sounds like we're gonna be on pace to get our audit early this year, probably like November.
Yeah, you're thinking we're right around that time. Yeah, it's going smooth.
Yeah, that was kind of fun because I said, "Do you remember me?" I'm the one that had 1,000 questions. And I told him, I very much appreciate him rewriting that page.
Yeah, I have appreciated our relationship since we switched to them, I think, because we had some hiccups with the one before being delayed and delayed and delayed. I appreciate a timely audit. It makes us look good. Approval of board meeting minutes from July 25th. I did not find any errors.
Yeah, Sue gave me one error, sorry, Sue, there's in board comment, there's just a typo. I used the word appreciate when I think I should have used the word appreciation. So I corrected that, but if there's other corrections or edits, happy to receive those.
I wanted to just appreciate the comments, the public comment, and my personal interactions with Marty were to go over this, and I did not see her today, and she has made some comments to me, and I just want to point out that I very much appreciate what this says, and I'm really happy with it, and I would hope that she would be happy with it as well.
And in regards to her comment about using the left lane and all, she reached out via email, and we responded to her, and she was happy with that response, and she reached out again, and I will reply again, and, you know, I think we're good. We need
One minor point, and I don't know if this matters, but I was not present in the very first few minutes of the meeting. So I think I didn't show up.
You got sworn in, though.
10 minutes in. Yeah. So just wanted to, and via Zoom is fine.
Why was it not?
I don't think we record the times, because I have also been delayed.
Okay, I didn't want there to be any confusion.
I move we accept the minutes as amended.
Thank you, Mike, and do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kyle. All in favor signify by opposed nay. Kyle?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. Review of the financials. It's weird seeing the percentages low again. I'm like, wait.
Well, the first time though, I didn't switch it all the way over, so I still had last. but it moved the month, so I'm like, why are we already at 100%? Better go check something myself. It's regenerate that.
I really appreciated that Chris and I just sat down as soon as I got the packet. And I went, okay, let me look down, oh, what's that?
It was just perfect timing.
Yeah, so I was very grateful.
You're
We
comfortable
appreciate,
with, you're comfortable that we have enough working capital to make it till October, November?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah.
I was wondering, I was looking at the check registry, noticed Diamond Heating, was, did quite a bit of work for us, I guess. Could you kind of describe what they've been doing, Scott?
Sure, and Chris and Derek can help as well. So we got a significant grant from, I'm sorry, that's a different heating project. So this is half of the learner pool, the rooftop units to, we have some units on top of the learner pool in the locker rooms to heat and cool those spaces. And this is, Diamond Heating did some repair work on those units. Significant project. Yes.
Yeah, that was that big budgeted capital improvement that we were talking about in the budget meeting.
Sorry,
It's
almost got
I cannot
Diamond
hear
Heating
you.
and JJ.
Oh, that's
Can you come
the,
closer?
right, yeah, Mike, that's gonna be the big capital improvement piece.
hey Darren,
Capital improvement? Okay.
what's the range on this?
Okay.
It's got a really good range on it.
I need
Can we
to-
like
20 feet?
move, yeah, can we move it like halfway in between?
No, well, whatever, people become closer to the podium, it'd be nice.
So Chris, did we start the project before the end of the fiscal year?
No, this is
Okay,
all
so it's
fiscal
all
year.
this year.
Correct. Yeah, so Levi had to get half of it down now so that they could order it, so that it'll be here before that shutdown.
No?
Okay.
The shutdown is.
All right, Chris,
November.
October, November.
you're gonna have to come closer.
Is it not going?
No.
You got it, Mike. All right.
I'm sorry, when's the shutdown?
Go ahead, hang on. Yeah, go ahead.
So you might, the Diamond Heating, so that is, we haven't had the work done yet. Levi had to order the parts so that, we could put the half down so that they'll deliver in time
Really?
for our
Okay.
shutdown.
I
And
understand.
my guess is too many people are kind of doing part of the project and then backing out on them.
Yeah.
That's pretty typical from them.
So it's
too.
part of a capital project.
Yeah, it's gonna be part of that capital project. It'll be completed during shutdown.
Okay, I get you. That's good to order ahead of time.
Do we know our dates for shutdown?
Yes. All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Can
Yep.
While he's looking for that, I just have a question.
Yeah.
We have a column here for discounts. Are we taking discounts?
No, it's just, for some reason, it's how the system's set up. They've gone through some updates and they're all set to 0.
Are vendors offering discounts?
For the most part, the ones we have do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, can we get rid of the column?
That's something we're gonna have to take a look at. It's been a lot of, they've been updating a lot of things,
Okay.
so it's,
Darren,
yeah.
can you, come help us with this device? I don't know if it's not picking up anybody?
Excuse me?
It got Chris right when he was standing like right on top of it, but it's not.
Well, that's okay. I could hear Chris if he comes closer.
I know, but
Is that back to
Mike,
where it
it
was?
wasn't, Kyle was just talking and Skylar was just talking and it wasn't picking up
Yeah,
what they were
well,
saying, but it's hearing
It
me.
doesn't always pick it up, but I can hear pretty well in here if people are close.
Okay, I just wanna make sure, I don't want you to miss all the fun stuff.
Yeah.
A shutdown, will
Mike,
start
Mr. Joe.
on October 23rd and will run either until November 6th or November 13th. We're hoping for 2 weeks. We have a sizable learner pool project, so it could be 3 weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll start October 23rd.
So, I see we wrote quite a few treasury checks. It's unusual to see that many treasury checks and revenue
Do you want me
checks.
to take that one?
So,
Please.
So, the software's been going through a lot of updates, so they're starting to list those now. That's just from payroll. Before it wouldn't list the EFT for that payroll account.
Like
that's what
taxes
it's
or something.
now. Yeah, it's just all of our normal payroll ones.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris.
So I'm looking at this page,
Yes.
that's the, revenue P&L, basically.
Oh, so you're.
And the column, the third, fourth column over says used. And it looks to me like that dollar amount represents the amount of money that's left.
Yeah, I know we had this conversation before too. I think it's just, we need to change it on the,
Software
so,
somewhere.
yeah, so we have to,
Needs to say unused, right?
Or unused, or,
would it be remaining?
Remaining.
Yeah.
So this report is something Darren had to actually go in and build, so he couldn't do what we had from our old software. So he had to actually go in through another program to
Okay.
completely build it, so we just have to rename it.
yeah, it's just a minor.
It's just,
naming
yeah, it's just,
convention, yeah.
it can get confusing when you have use and use percentages low, and it gets confusing, I understand. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and, just kind of to hit on our special events really quick, just because that number is pretty high.
Hi, yeah.
I figured somebody would bring that one up at some point. So the way Providence does their sponsorships is they pay, right when it's the first of the year, they're like, here's our whole year of sponsorships. So it's already been distributed through the whole year of, Zoe's different events. So that will end up balancing out towards the end. Because then we have sponsors that are more, more month to month than throw it all in at once.
So Chris, that makes me just think about, and maybe this shows up in our annual report, do we differentiate between revenue that's produced by sponsorships versus revenue that's, daily, user fees versus, do we break that down someplace?
Internally, we do have that, because, Zoe will have to go in and kind of see, she has to be able to separate what her actual income was.
It's in the budget document, and then the
The
managers.
special event one is
get a
just the
reward.
one that's a little bit different.
Because it has
because-
different streams coming in, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
so in that one, when we bring in a sponsorship, it goes directly into the line that program would be. For if it's a rec sponsorship, it is only under rec sponsorship. It was just when we were starting to mess around with it, having special event sponsorship was a lot harder to be able to track it. But then when we put it in as a revenue in our system, we can label it, this was a payment for this, so we can at least track it that way. But yeah, when it's all lumped in under one, then it's really hard to go down and be like, well, Providence wanted, 3 different things, but here's one payment. So that way it hits 3 different revenue lines instead of just one. Yeah.
Any other questions?
So Skylar, did you want to say anything about the JJ electrical?
No, sorry, I got JJ and Diamond Heating mixed up in my head for a minute. There is a substantial, amount, not as substantial as Diamond, but a good check for us, on the back to JJ Electric Service, but that's part of a grant that we got from NRPA to improve some nutritional education programming we're gonna use, some space in the SRC cafeteria for that, so that was improving some of the electric infrastructure in the cafeteria to do that. It's nice to be able to pay for things with grants.
Free money. I mean, you guys work for it.
Do we need a motion at this point? I move that we accept the financials as presented for July? July of 2023.
Second.
Thank you, Kyle. All in favor, signify aye, opposed, same. Kyle?
Aye.
Sue?
Hi.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now we get to the good part. Staff presentation,
All right.
the other Chris.
Yep.
Hi, everyone.
It threw me off at first.
Good evening. I don't think we've been on.
I would think it's like.
Hi.
for Krista and Krista, Sue, Celeste, Michael, and Catherine.
Yes,
How you doing?
and you're just gonna have to talk loudly into the
this?
mic
Just
so
stay
that
close.
he
You're
can
doing
hear
fine.
you.
Okay, Michael? Is this good? Just
I can hear you.
right there? Right.
That's good.
So I've been operating the senior meal site for Sunset Empire since 2017. And as you know, we partner with Northwest Senior and Disability Services. And those funds are primarily through the Older Americans Act, which is a federal program that is reenacted every 2 years. And I've got two messages today. First is very positive, a thank you to the staff here, Chris and Darren and Skylar and Justin. The PRS staff really help Senior Meals, which, as you know, is volunteer operated. We have over 30 volunteers. And the staff here really helps keep that structure in place. We don't have an opportunity to say there's no lunch today. We have to get the lunch out. And so that adds up to about 20,000 lunches a year. We do 3 lunch services here in the dining hall since October, Monday through Friday. We have a curbside pickup, which started during the pandemic.
Right,
So-
Chris, just
yeah.
a question, 3 lunch services per day
Per
or
day.
per week?
Per day.
Per day, okay.
So there's a curbside service where people can pick up a meal, still not wanting to come in. We also have the dine-in hall that's open since October. And then actually 3 of the days, not all 5, is an at-home delivery by volunteers.
Awesome.
So that adds up to we're getting close to about 20,000 meals a year. About 15, 16, 1,700 meals a month. So the staff here has been fantastic, and the volunteers. And I'm here to ask each of you, in the second message, to please court our constituencies, the volunteers and the patrons, by coming to 1 lunch this year. So there's about 16 weeks left, and I would love each of you to stop in and break some bread. Lunch opens at 11, people are eating at 11:30, and find a way to sit down, introduce yourselves, tell them who you are, so they know who the board is, and you get to meet some of our regulars, and especially also our volunteers who are here every week.
Do you have to have a food handler's card to, okay, could we potentially coordinate like a board meet and greet serves lunch kind of a thing?
That would be even better,
Okay, I would be down for that.
I'm in.
to do an actual formal lunch
Yeah.
with the board meet and greet.
Well,
I
I
think that
mean,
sounds
we're-
very
Karaoke day coming up.
There's karaoke. It also might, and I say this in all honesty, it might scare some of our patrons away.
I have that effect on people, I know.
Sometimes when we do that, some of the regulars say, oh, I just want to be here and just sit down and eat.
Well, I don't
If it's
necessarily mean that we
informal.
have to like talk, I just meant like we could be the volunteers and help serve the food
You
and,
definitely volunteer.
and just be present.
That.
I don't
I'm
necessarily
not gonna
want
tamp down
to get up
any kind
and
of
talk.
activity from the board coming into the
Remember,
program.
I
That
guess
a year ago?
the president.
I would like you to be there to sit down and have a lunch. It would be interesting for us to get some fresh set of eyes and taste buds just to see what you think of the lunch and talk to people and get your honest impressions of the program. A volunteer day, that might, if you guys want to do that, you pick the day.
Okay,
You pick the day and we will work with that.
okay.
Do you do something special around the holidays?
You know, we do have our Thanksgiving lunch is on the Wednesday, not the Thursday. So, Helping Hands does the Thursday, Thanksgiving Day. We have our Thanksgiving lunch on the Wednesday. That would be possible. That's kind of a hurly-burly day. A Thursday could be good, a Wednesday could be, any day that works for your schedule. If you want to do a volunteer board day, that would be fantastic.
Can we do it during the shutdown? Because then I'm not in the water.
Yeah,
In that October window.
yeah.
Yeah.
October,
I would just add one of the things that has been really fun, I haven't done it as much as I would have liked to, but Chris has sent me outbound on doing some of these home deliveries, and that's been really rewarding and a kind of challenge that's really fun for me to kind of figure out, okay, this address and then this one, and he's really organized with the system. So it's kind of plug in a driver, but just getting some of these folks, and a lot of them, that's the majority or all of their, human interactions, to have that brief interaction with a driver that comes to the door and delivers the meals.
We can do that. If, two people want to do that, it would be on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. If you want to do this volunteer day, that's a great idea, Catherine. And two of you would take a route, right? Because it helps to have a driver and then someone delivering the food, and then just helping to navigate. Two of you would do that, and then three of you would be in the kitchen. And that would be that would be a commitment for the drivers for about 2 hours, 10:30 to 12:30. If you're going to be there helping for the whole, we could also do a 10 to 12 for the people in the kitchen. Or if you just want to come by and just have a lunch.
We can do that too. We could do both. I just think it would be kind of fun.
That would be great.
Yeah.
If you think you guys pick a day on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, and then I'll work with that.
Can I ask, I don't know if you have more to say, but I do have a question about your volunteers. Do you find it hard to find volunteers?
That's one of the kind of the golden partnerships here between Sunset and Northwest is having this facility, and how Darren and Skylar have kept this, and the PRS staff, Jennifer Soprano especially gets the staff shout out for guiding people that walk in for the pool or for the exercise classes or for ceramics, and then they'll just start talking about volunteering in the area, and they find their way back to the kitchen. It's been really a blessing. Very few of our volunteers have been proactively recruited. Most of them have literally just walked in the door. In some other facet, going to the pools or the exercise or the other programs. So the programs have been kind of selling themselves for that.
So you want us to pre-schedule our volunteerism, or do you just show up to volunteer? How does that work? To go on a list somewhere?
I think we pick a day and let him know so he knows we're coming.
You do that. I think for the volunteer and then to come down to lunch, Kyle, you just show up and just introduce yourself.
But if I wanted to take a day and just drive some lunches around, I'd have to pre-schedule.
We want to coordinate it.
Yeah, we'll need at least a week ahead of time, so I can let the other volunteers know that they're,
That they can have the day off.
they get the day off. Thank you, Catherine.
Do we need background checks?
No, not in this role. You're recognized. It's a recognized. You'll be a volunteer in training.
So you provide, it looks like about 50 meals a day. 40 to 60 meals a day.
So tomorrow there's 70 meals.
Okay.
There's going to be 70 meals.
And then where does the funding for that come from?
The Older Americans Act, which is a program.
The federal government.
The federal government, 1966. That program started, and it's up for reenactment every 2 years. That funding. Those funds then are given to subscribing states. Oregon's been a subscribing state for maybe since its inception, and then those funds are doled out through the Department of Human Services at the state level, and then Northwest Seniors is a nonprofit that then handles those funds for the nutrition portion of that.
So Northwest Seniors buys the food, staffs the.
But they contract with a cooking outfit which is nationwide called Trio.
So a contracted group comes in and does the cooking and stuff and does something. Yeah. Okay.
And then we are the Sunset Empire Group is one of six subscribing meal sites on the North Coast.
So I think I was kind of thinking of the same thing, is because we don't see the money coming through, that perhaps it doesn't sometimes get our attention. I'm consistently blown away when I hear the numbers that you cite here with first of all, the number of volunteers and how valuable that is. And I don't know if you have ever tried to extrapolate how many volunteer hours that is and what benefit that is to our community.
It's about 300 a month.
Yeah, that's huge. And it's amazing, yeah. And the fact that you're getting this many meals out, it's really amazing. And I'm just wondering how we can make sure that the community knows about the great work, and whether or not the Northwest Seniors Group or somebody else has already touting that, or would that be our role as Park and Rec to make sure that the community knows about it? Because I talk about it, I have talked about it when I talk to friends and stuff about stuff that goes on at Park and Rec that you might not know that goes on at Park and Rec, right?
It's really good to let you're thinking about that, because it takes more than just one group or one entity. And most recently, Justin informed me that there's been some funding for some flyers, door-to-door flyers. I suggested where a mailer going to every Seaside resident, getting, just something in their hands. There's a lot of online, but a lot of our patrons are, some are, some aren't. Online just does not translate to some folks in our community that's going to really get their attention that there's a meal here.
Right.
The best option is to let that mailer know that we have these options of lunches. We decided that, Skylar and Darren and Justin, 6 months ago, that we were going to keep this curbside and just see where the patrons, were they going to come in and eat after the pandemic? Were they going to just still drive up? And we're servicing both. A mailer going to people's homes would be I'd like to see what the results of that are. I think there will be positive results. The dining hall has been growing slowly but surely in terms of, it's really the core of the program is finding dine-in regulars, people that are here 3 to 4 days, 5 days sometimes, throughout the month. And when we get that core group of regulars, it really kind of carries the positive feelings of socializing in the hall. Northwest as well can do more. They can do more as well. But Sunset, I think, it sells itself within all the very programs that are here. I mean, it gets that kind of word of mouth. But in terms of just getting something in someone's hand in their home would help.
So would an intern in marketing and operations be able to help with that?
Yeah. So I think Justin has been talking about this.
Yeah, the same NRPA grant that we got, we're able to utilize some of the funds for this program. And so what we decided to do, as Chris shared, was doing some more direct mailing and marketing to this population to see if it does have a correlating effect on attendance at the meal site. Because I think what's been really fun to watch is that when the pandemic hit, obviously we stopped service for a little while, but then when we started again with the meal site, the curbside delivery, curbside drive up. I'm not saying the right.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah. We started with the drive-through. It was really popular, and then over time the in-person dining returned. We're seeing some of those core folks, but I think what we'd like to see is there a capacity in our community to get more in-person dining. And Chris and I have talked many times about bolstering the meal with some sort of a in-house product, maybe 1 day a week or something like that. And I think that would really boost attendance at the meal site. And if you're familiar with
What do you mean by in-house product?
So I mean like maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week, we would actually do the cooking of the food rather than right now it's being produced off-site and then we heat and serve, or if we take it to somebody, then they're heating and serving it. So that's a model that like the Warrenton Senior Center, I think is what it's called. They do producing the meal, but they only do 1 day a week. And so they'll get like 50 or 60 people.
Can they get more people?
They get it on
that day?
Yeah.
It is a draw. But like I said, they're only really able to do it 1 day a week because it's a really high, threshold for volunteers and things like that. And they don't have a Chris either. So we're just trying to find ways that we can creatively get more people here in the building, because we know that people are healthier when they're here, when they're eating in person, when they're having that social interaction. Very crucial for this population.
So what I thought you were going with that, which is not where you ended up going, but my question was going to be, can we offer other things at the same time to like,
And we do, Catherine. So we have a subscription to the programs that Northwest provides through the regional food bank. And that regional food bank, we have a volunteer that picks up about 50 pounds of produce every week. And that produce is then taken by volunteers here in the kitchen to make fresh salads. Some amazing stuff. There's some pictures in the kitchen. You'll see some of our salad artists. And so you're getting, we do a lot of meat and potatoes. Right? There's a lot, tomorrow it's Salisbury steak and potatoes, and it's designed to fill a belly for a senior with no prep and very little cleaning, right? So it's just in case for people at home that are not fully independent, there's where that 700-calorie meal comes through. And then what we have augmented by that I think Skylar was talking to, something we could do even more possibly in-house, is this food subscription where we're getting fresh greens into that lunch bag, probably twice a week.
I was thinking more along the lines of like, can we offer, you know, a fitness class after lunch, or could we offer, you know, bring in a band, or
bingo, ukulele,
or, you know,
So we do a karaoke, and we do a karaoke.
Okay,
So you're saying
okay.
ad hoc event.
Yeah,
right,
just like
So we're doing,
a draw.
this fall, there's a partnership.
Yes, bingo.
There's a couple of partnerships in the works with Oregon State University to do in-person demonstration of fresh cooking and purchasing at the meal site, right? So there's going to be a representative here from Oregon State who's a nutrition coach demonstrating some dishes that they can do and how to purchase things. Now that would be, and that's through Oregon State. That's no cost to the district.
Right.
So that's something that we've just entered in discussions that we hope to have in the fall. As well with Care Oregon is going to, they recently surveyed our diners in the summer, and they're putting together a 6-week program that would be also supplemental, not necessarily in the hall, but in one of the classes to show nutrition education and budgeting, things that seniors can do to save $1 and still stay in a kind of, in their nutrition friendly atmosphere.
I'm curious about the survey, so what did you hear from patrons?
People want to know more about nutrition. They want to know, and here's the contradiction, there's so much nutrition information out there. And you go online, you can just, you get, and you can eat this, but not that, and this and that. But I think what our patrons are realizing, that it's kind of brought to them in a friendly confine, you know, in an atmosphere that they're very comfortable in, that message may resonate more. So I think that's where, we did some of this before the pandemic. And so this is really our first crack at this in this new open atmosphere.
I'm wondering, have you seen a change in need in the community, given you know, by some accounts.
Need in terms of food?
In food, yeah, and what people are needing, and I'm just curious if there's been discussion, by some accounts were sort of on the brink of another recession or depression, I'm not sure.
But you're saying economically? Or just
economically, does it drive more people in, or?
I used to think so.
Okay.
I used to think so. When gas prices first really spiked about a year ago, I noticed it seemed to correlate.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't, it's right now, it's difficult, and I don't have a real good metric for you where I can say, yeah, when this is happening, we're getting more people or less people. Northwest has been better at trying to get some new items on the menu. For long-term customers, they've seen a lot of the same items throughout the month, each month, which is good for an individual, but if you're a long time, we have diners and home delivery folks that have been on the route 3, 4, 5 years. And so they're trying to get more, different. For example, today there was a carrot ginger soup. That was very good. And we have 30 meals for it in-house, and they all went. So that was good. And we report back to Northwest every month on those meal numbers.
Do you feel like the biggest place that assistance is needed then? It sounds like what I'm hearing is outreach to have more patrons come in. Is that sort of the biggest need, or are there other needs?
If you were to walk in today, you would have said, hey, there's 3 tables and there's only 1 full table. So you're going to see that. Before the pandemic, we would have those 3 tables. We had those 25 people quite regularly. So that was about, but the same amount of meals we're ordering, and it's being distributed. There's a group of folks that just since the pandemic, they're not coming in. And we've kept that curbside there, and some are just sticking with that. I'm hesitant to say, you have to come in, because they're really.
Oh, no, I meant more though outreach, you want to increase numbers, that's what I mean, so you want more marketing or more.
It's the numbers, not so for the sake of the numbers, though. I want to stress that it's for this, you're gonna get I just think we can get a richer, interaction with people.
Okay.
It's a means to get people meeting each other over a lunch as a means to just get out and talk and meet and greet and, have a break in their day.
Yeah.
You get a couple-hour break, and it really can, you can structure that day.
Do we have, email addresses? I mean, if we change the schedule or menu, or you send them out a notice, do we have email addresses for this group?
Usually for our patrons that, we do. They're kept by Northwest. There's some privacy concerns maybe with that. We will hand menus out in the paper lunch bags every month, usually on the Monday going into the first of the month. So the menus are there. They're being posted. The menus are there. I think that starts because that's every month. It's just you're seeing the same thing. That's why I think this mailer could really help. It's just something different that we could have. And then in terms of.
So I'm sensing 2 things going
Yeah.
forward. I'm sensing, one, that there's a desire to increase the scale, but there's also a desire to increase the scope of what we're doing, enhance what we're currently providing, even if it costs something for the district to pitch in and help out. So if we're providing this service today and we want to go to this service, what can the district do to make that happen? So, I mean, we can help with expanding the scale, but I think we want to expand the scope. I think what we really want to do is make sure that if there are people in need in the community, seniors or not, that they really deserve a meal.
And that's that part is, we're there, we're the safety net. We're there for that. I think that's well covered. Northwest gets, just about every senior in this community is gonna cross paths with Northwest seniors at some point. And they're informed of this program, whether it's they have Svensson, Astoria, Warrenton, here, and then Tillamook. But in terms of the in-house dining that Scott and I were talking about, there are opportunities there where we could look at a day and augment those meals. So,
It's interesting to me that doing 1 day of cooking in-house is such a draw. I mean, I find that interesting.
Yeah, and Warrenton is also different as a community than we are. There's a lot of competition here, and some of the years, we'd also maybe have to charge money. I think maybe what we could do, I don't want to take all your time, is if you guys, you come in and you get to see us in action, and then we can start that dialogue on what you think you see as some opportunities, and then what we can do to make that happen. Because we do right now have a fantastic group of volunteers. And they go over and above. And they're people that you may just know in other, parts in the community, but they would really help make that happen as well, just, in terms of the distribution of care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering I'd love visibility to who those folks are, because I think it's so awesome that they're coming in and that you have that much volunteerism. I think it's great, and so I don't know how or where we as a district can do that to elevate their names. I think it's really great to make sure that we're publicly recognizing people that are contributing.
We can do more on that. I mean, we can do, I've always been hesitant to do a volunteer of the month because they're all so amazing.
Well, or you can just list them all.
We did a volunteer of the year. We had an annual party and did a volunteer of the year that was recognized. But we can do more social, and I mean even in the in Sunset Empire materials,
Right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, or if it maybe on the website someplace we can list volunteers, or even if it were just a poster that's up in the room that has people's names on
Yeah,
it,
you go back to the kitchen, you'll see we do a recognition. So because of all the rentals that come through here in the
Yeah.
hall, that they're recognized on our wall of fame.
Okay.
But that's only if you're in the hall.
it, yeah. Yeah,
Thank you, Celeste.
yeah, that's cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank
It
you,
was really,
Catherine.
yeah,
Thank you.
really great.
Yeah, we really appreciate all that you
Super
do.
encouraging.
Nice work.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Very nice work.
Really like to look forward to working with you on one of these days. And we can talk, and really can get into the weeds of what you see and what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And with you, we'll thank the team too, thank your
I will.
volunteer team from
I
us
will.
too. Yeah.
I will. Start tomorrow.
Thanks, Chris, have a good night. That's a lot of volunteer hours, that's impressive. Old business, occupancy update, fire suppression system RFP.
That's not a very sparkly subject compared to that.
It's sparkly if we have a fire.
No, okay.
Make sure our logo's on
Yeah.
Go for it, Scott. And then you're on the snack.
Yeah, feel free, Chris, thank you.
Yeah.
Two items under occupancy. The first is not necessarily drawn out on the agenda, but you're aware of our efforts. On August 16th, Brandon Dole from Scott Edwards sent the city planning division our application for the change of use, or the conditional use permit, and that's all right here. I can share it with you if you'd like. We haven't heard back from the city as of yet. That's six days ago, so I think we're hoping to hear something back from the planning department soon. But good news to have this in. Positive step. The other step that's positive is drawn out on the agenda. We have issued the RFP for the fire suppression system. I didn't print it because it's, I want to say, around 97 pages. It's a full working document, which is good because that will make it easier on the contractors that bid on the project. But we have until, I believe it's next Wednesday, is the 31st, until 5 p.m. is when the RFP period closes. Chris from Klosh Group is the one accepting the proposals. And we had a opportunity for contractors to come to the SRC yesterday and walk through the property. No one took advantage of the opportunity, but Chris said that's not unusual. It's 8 a.m. on a Monday, and especially if they're coming from out of town, it's an early start. But Chris does have a visit with a contractor scheduled for tomorrow. In his opinion, he thinks that we're going to get at least 2 to 3, maybe more, submissions for consideration, which is good.
A really thorough RFP.
So I'm really pleased about it. We've talked a little bit about how this will be financed, and we have some money set aside in the SRC budget for this, and capital planning for strategic, or not planning, but strategic improvement, capital improvement. Man, my words are not working today. Sorry. For this, but good news there. Locally, the RFP has been issued and printed in the Daily Astorian with the SDAO on their website and on ORPA. So if you know anybody that has expertise in this field, please send them our way.
It's a pretty specialized field.
It is.
It's a very specialized field.
Do special districts have the ability to publish on the Oregon RFP? There's a State of Oregon RFP website.
I think that Chris has the ability to publish, and I want to say that he has published on that one. I said it's specifically for contractors, and he said it's mostly government agencies, and that's, I guess, like a really hot area to get, to post this kind of thing, and also to get hits from folks.
Okay.
Isn't there also a special districts joint purchasing website where the vendors have already been RFP'd and
There is, yeah, so because I think this work is so specific to the building, we opted not to go that route, and we're opening it up, I guess, a little wider now. Can you do something?
No, I'm just gonna grab some more.
So, I think, anyways, that's it for occupancy. Brandon, wasn't able to be here tonight, but I think the update that I provided hopefully covers, where we're at in the process. If there's any questions. The only other thing for this, and you'll see,
Thank you.
Thank you. Had them in 2 cups.
yes, is, that it might behoove the board to discuss scheduling, even if it's tentative, an additional meeting. And the reason being, I guess it's been my experience with the board and RFPs, and I think this is good, that you'd like to participate in some way in selecting the recipient of this award and reviewing applicants. And if you're going to do that, then you need to do that in a public meeting, a regular public meeting. And because of the timeline, it closing on the 31st of August and then trying to move quickly after that, I think it's in our best interest to have that meeting, if it were to occur, happen before our September meeting, which is the 26th. So if you want to think about a date, Chris suggested that we meet on the 31st, which is next Thursday. Okay, I'm getting one no. So if we could find
Open house for the elementary school.
Okay.
So it's just my opinion on something, I mean, I felt like a strong, like when we needed to look at when we were for strategic planning, because that's such a board-involved thing. This is such a highly specialized area of expertise. I sort of feel like I would want to lean on the expertise of our contractors. But I do feel like because the board has fiduciary oversight responsibilities, that we should probably receive a recommendation from those experts and then sign off on it just so that we can ask questions to make sure that it's a transparent transaction.
Sure.
So that would be my opinion.
Well, we would have to, our responsibility would make sure I got this catchy.
Sorry.
Epidemic. Our responsibility would be to make sure that the RFP includes appropriate scoring criteria.
Right.
So that when the bids are submitted, then the people who do the scoring can do it according to what we desire.
Right.
So maybe what would be, I guess what I'm hearing is having a subcommittee of scorers, obviously including our expertise, Chris and Brandon probably, as well as maybe some staff and maybe a board member or two, and then bringing a recommendation back to the full board for, this is what we recommend.
Well, who wrote the RFP?
Chris and myself.
Oh, you guys did.
Well, I didn't write the technical part, I want to be clear. Chris wrote that part.
One of our contractors should probably be one of the
Yeah,
boards.
that's Chris and Brandon, so they would be
I
involved.
thought we nominated Kyle and, actually, was it?
I'll be on the committee, but I just want to make
For
sure.
scoring,
Mhm.
that's what we're saying, okay.
What the board's responsibility is to accept the recommendation or deny the recommendation of the scoring.
Okay.
So the last time that we kind of went through this process, which is how we ended up with SBA architects, was we ended up, there were 2 and they did a presentation, they came, they talked before the board, and then we and then we made the decision. I mean, I feel like if we get 5 or 6, maybe they can narrow it down to 2 and then.
You do all that, those.
Well,
those
I don't know.
entities will come? Yeah, I think, I guess from my perspective, I think I would probably agree with like what Celeste is saying, is that a lot of this it's over my intellectual capacity, at least right now in my life, maybe not forever, but I'm willing to do whatever you all want. I don't want to slow down the train because we have momentum, we're rolling, and this is super, we've been waiting for this for a long time, so.
When are the bids due again?
August 31st.
Well, we may only get one bid.
Very true. It's possible.
Well, I would move, why don't we appoint, Kyle to to join the bid opening and, the bid review and award.
I'll be here.
I think one person's enough.
Sounds good. And then if we could choose another date, and even if we only convene for half an hour, and it could be via Zoom, you know, it doesn't have to be, we are allowed to meet for Zoom. It can be different, it can be at a time that works for everybody on a night, or, you know, whatever.
But to me, to do what? Do we?
So I think to award the bid, that needs to happen in a public meeting. Unless the board wants to designate that authority to me,
Or to our liaison.
or to
I
the
think
board
you should
liaison.
have- I think you should have the authority based on the scoring and
That's,
the review,
I think that's permissible, so long as it's
which
spelled
would
out in
include
the
a board
motion.
member that we trust.
Yeah, we did that when you and I were the liaisons. That was the same arrangement, is that we served as liaisons to
That's
the rest
true.
of the board. So I think.
Sure.
That was when, about the softball field.
Mhm.
I guess the only difference, and I just wanna make sure, like, this
But we didn't make any decisions, the board made all the
is
decisions.
that this is, you know, $300,000 to $400,000 project, whereas,
The board should decide.
I don't know, I would like some visibility to it, for me. So I feel like Kyle can help narrow it down and then come to us and say, I think this is the best candidate, and we just have discussing questions and,
Both of you could participate, it would not be a forum, so, you know.
well, if any other board member, I would vote for you with your
Two of you
construction.
would be fine, I think.
I agree with visibility. Like, I think before a decision is finalized and made, I think the board should say, this is the recommendation, our intention is to go this way, yada, yada, and there should be a notification to the board and give any board members a chance to say, hey, wait a second.
Right.
You know, there's a problem.
I didn't check on the RFP whether the bidders were required to have liability insurance in order to provide their bids.
Yeah.
But
You gotta make sure that.
So how, so.
Kyle, you were so funny.
Here's my question, I don't
I'm like,
know how they have until the 31st.
they do.
And then how long after that before do you guys need to look them over? A day, 2 days, a week?
I think it
What are we
depends on-
thinking?
On how many we get, but I would say less than a week, would be great. Like, if we could schedule something, even if it's very tentative, in between the 31st and, say, the 7th. So there's, the 4th is Labor Day, so I think that's probably,
And I'm leaving the 1st. I mean, not that I'm,
just like for that weekend, or
Yeah.
for longer? Okay,
Yep.
so,
Remember, the first is our meet and greet.
correct. So I would suggest the night of the 6th, or maybe the 7th, or the 8th. And again, it could be a noon, it could be a half an hour.
But we need a forum if we're making these subjects more so.
yeah.
Correct.
I can do any of those choices that you have laid out.
I can do any but the 8th.
Okay, so narrowing it down to the 6th or 7th, I can do a very quick meeting on a lunch. Although it is first week of school, so that's hard, but I can do after, 4, 5, whatever. Anybody else?
May I just, if we could do the 6th over the 7th, that would be great.
Okay, narrowing it down to the 6th,
5:15?
5:15.
Yeah, great. Thank you. All right.
So the 6th is the meeting for us to come together
To
at
award,
5:15.
to award the contract,
And I'm putting that as a short meeting.
yes. It won't have all of the other normal things, it'll be just
The one
for
thing.
that. We don't even have to have public
What time
comment if you
is that
don't.
meeting?
I would say probably not.
Okay. And Kyle,
What time is that?
5:15.
5:15.
if you and I want to schedule some time in between the 31st and the 6th.
Yeah, well,
Chris,
is the bid opening formal? Will it only be opened
will it be a
on-site?
sealed bid? It's a great question. I think it will be. I don't know how that actually happens, if they're received electronically by Chris, but maybe, I guess it's opened, here by us informally, or, in a sealed process, I don't know.
Because if there's one bid, it's gonna be an entirely different process than if there's 2 or 3. Because the likelihood of a challenge, a very expensive bid challenge, might happen if there are multiple bidders, so we have to be very careful.
Yeah.
At that point, if there's just one
Sure.
bid, it's a little
The
easier.
scoring, the need for scoring goes up
Mhm.
significantly, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else under occupancy?
I don't have anything
Okay,
for right now.
Broadway field update. Did they, did we come to a agreement on the IGA, final lawyer review?
Yes and no. So, just being fully, transparent, our lawyer, Eileen, is great. She made some changes. I'm not a lawyer, so I did not know if the changes were substantial or not. They didn't seem to be substantial, but I sent them on to the school district. They said that they didn't like the changes and changed them back, and asked why we changed it. Eileen said, well, it doesn't necessarily change the meaning of the agreement, but it's to protect the district in these situations, and she elaborated. And so I sent that explanation back to the school district and their council for review. So no, we don't have a signed IGA right now, and it's because I don't think it's good practice for the executive director to go against what our council is saying. So I would like to make sure that she says, Skylar, I think you should sign this now. And then
Will the board need to review all this again?
yes, so the hope was to be ready to sign and bring it back to the board and say, this is what we think the finished document
It's interesting that the IGA seemed to be important before any construction was started for our protection in the school district.
Yeah.
And yet we don't have that, and yet the school district does not have a contractor.
Yes.
So it's really an interesting situation.
As I shared, alongside that, it will be the termination of the existing IGA. That's actually already been done by the city council, but hasn't been done by us or the school district yet.
So we need to vote on it?
We will, but for me, I'm reluctant to dissolve an existing agreement without an understanding of the new agreement.
That's our understanding that we're supposed to have a replacement.
Yeah.
So, what I heard at the city council meeting, it's not dissolved?
It is from their perspective because they're not in the new IGA.
Right.
It's just us and the school district now.
And I thought we voted to formally dissolve the.
We did, but I haven't signed that.
So is the city, can the city still weigh in?
I don't think so. I think that ship has left the harbor.
Okay.
I mean,
That was my impression, but maybe.
I mean, all of the IGA that basically removes them from the city, removes the city from the field, they can be dissolved if they so chose, and they complied with the notice. I think it's probably a 30-day notice or something. They could get back in that game if they want to. I don't have any sense that they do. But. Yeah, and obviously you've all heard the news and saw some correspondence from me regarding the field. It won't be, at least the softball part of the field won't be constructed in time for spring 2024 activities. So I have yet to hear from the school district how this impacts the existing IGA, how it's going to impact our operations, what the plan is for sharing the existing turf field with those two sports. So I am waiting to hear more information from them.
The article said that they're going, the baseball and softball are just gonna share.
I understand.
And will you please help elaborate, maybe even for public comment? What's the process of moving the 6 pieces of equipment to make that baseball field a softball field, since we're gonna share that?
Yeah, if that's what if that's what the plan would be, Levi could probably expound more on this. I didn't move the mound, but I know it got delivered to the lobby of the pool. It's in, I think, 6 pieces, and they're quite large, larger than you might think, and very heavy. So the process would be removing that mound and relocating it outside of the playing surface in a safe place where it wouldn't be vandalized or damaged. And also, we've heard stories, countless stories about those pieces being left vertical and the wind picking them up and moving them somewhere else. So we'd have to, I guess, take some precautions to make sure that that didn't happen. And then there's, there is turf underneath that removable mound, but it may be, the turf may have been impacted by having the mound, especially if the mound has sat on it for a long time, so there might be some repair work that's needed. And then there is holes in the baseball field area for the softball field dimensions, but we'd have to put the bases in and remove the baseball bases. And other than that, I don't think there's a lot of changes in between the fields, besides the fence.
Fence line.
So if you had teams that wanted to play the same day, what kind of interruption are you talking between baseball and softball?
They can.
I don't know if it would be possible unless you had a crew of probably 4 to 6 and they had an hour or so to ready the field. And I don't know if the school district is hoping that we will take care of that, or if they're hoping, or if they're going to avail their staff. My concern would be that it would fall on the teams and athletes, and our experience with athletes moving their own equipment, taking their own equipment, removing the softball field and setting it up, is that sometimes the level of care is not as high as you'd want it to be for expensive pieces of equipment. And you can't really expect a 14 or 16-year-old to take care of the equipment in the way that maybe you might want to.
So I take it we have not enacted this, what was called for in the agreement that we did sign.
The MOU,
The IGA management committee that they agreed to.
we haven't enacted any of the IGA, any of the IGA, the new IGA principals or tenants at this point.
So why don't we call for that and just set a committee?
Yep, that's a strategy we could do. I think that more collaboration and.
Yeah, right, exactly, to have, and
Really beneficial.
more people at the table, and that IGA committee was going to be composed of you, our executive director, school district superintendent, one representative from Seaside Kids, and a maintenance staff member from each entity. It doesn't necessarily say that it can't include a board member also, if you want to.
I think it would be appropriate for board members to sit in at this point.
Maybe the school district ought to have a board member.
Well, we could invite them, I mean, yeah, our agreement was those other folks, but then we
Yeah.
indicate that we're gonna have a board member.
But we don't have an IGA yet, so.
I think that's a great, maybe that would help move, break down some of our communication
Yeah.
challenges that we've had on this topic, and help the district to get a better sense of how that's going to work, because, football is this year, but that will go quickly, and then it will be winter, and then baseball and softball will start, and it'll be right in the middle.
I think we should pick dates for the quarterly meetings and just have them on the calendar as we do it forward. I mean, I think we should run the committee in a fairly structured way.
Yeah.
And I think it's gonna probably fall to us.
You might get
Lisa?
a step ahead since things are dragging, maybe
Sure.
Well-
get your ducks in a row.
And we called for the first one beginning summer 2023, so we stated that.
Perfect. We got.
But I just can't believe that construction is delayed this severely. Is it because they expect to have to deal with weather? Or is it simply a matter of a contractor? Why is it, are there multiple contractors involved with the batting cage moving and the turf people in the field? That seems like it'd be kind of a different groups, different skills.
The only thing I had heard through the grapevine, which is not even at school, just around, is that it was the contractor to move the batting facilities at Celsius. But I don't know if that's true or not.
I remember a project manager saying how simple and easy it was going to be.
Yeah,
When they're simple, they make that sound so easy. Oh, yeah, just easy, no problem.
I think it's a little hard to move a building.
But in any case, I think we need to know, as partners in the facilities, we need to know what facilities are available for programming and so forth, and what we're caring for, right? Like, if we're handling maintenance, we need to know what we're maintaining, all of that stuff, so it requires the coordination.
Absolutely. And the new agreement, it spells out, you know, these amenities, features of the park, the scoreboards, the goals, pitching mound, and who is responsible for caring for those things and replacing those things at cost if need be. And I mean, we don't really know what's happening with those things because we're not sure the status of the field and who's going to be there and how it's going to be operated. Mike, to your question, outside of what I read in the paper, I have gotten a lot of hearsay, I guess, or but I haven't heard directly from the school district, so I don't know exactly why the project has been delayed or what the timeline is for the project.
Isn't there a judge involved with this because of the legalities?
Oh, in regards to Title IX?
That's not our problem.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's a judge or how the Office of Civil Rights does their process, but I know that's a part of this conversation for sure. More for them, but I think it's part of this.
I'm really disappointed, quite frankly. I'm really disappointed in our partnership with schools, which I thought was really, really going nicely. And this, I think, set us back a little bit. So I'm disappointed in the communication. I'm disappointed in their bidding process that left them with a vendor that wasn't insurable. But I'm really disappointed for all the young ladies in our community that aren't going to be able to play softball after fighting for years to get that softball field. They're not going to be able to play, and that breaks my heart.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, to add to that, you know, the climate of construction currently is, there are delays all over the place. And stuff does happen. My expectation is the foundation for our partnership was built on the time that we put in to build an IGA and to have a mutual understanding of our roles. And my expectation is that the CSEC will step up in their communication with us so that we have clarity and transparency about the facilities that we have a shared interest in. I think it's just really important.
But I want to reiterate that the school district is really an important part of our community.
Yeah.
And we are an important part of the community. And I think we can do so many good things if we work closely together. And this just kind of set me back a minute. I just feel a little disappointed.
So I feel like hand in hand, we have incredible students who excel in various capacities, including their academics, but also in their sports. And this, to me, is a slap in the face, and it needs to be addressed in a fair and equitable, transparent manner, so that our athletes and their coaches and the parents can know that this is important. And just as your academics are important, so is your mental health, your well-being, and when you skip one of those areas, you chip away at the general health of the district and the school system, and it needs to get fixed. And you've got people out here willing to do the work, and a team needs to have equal parts to make it move forward and work. And I hope that the valuable students that we cherish in this area can know that there are people that are, you know, have their back and want them to excel and exceed. And that means that all parties step up and move forward.
All right.
Thank you, Skylar.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to go through that. It's kind of set your month back.
Well, it made me think about the amount of staff time devoted to this.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, all of us, I think, I mean, I remember the rush to get some of these things done and to keep the timeline moving and,
Yeah.
Ensure
Well,
communication.
Look at our
We
community
did our
gardens
job.
that aren't
That
growing
could have been
anything.
used, yeah. Okay, strategic plan.
Okay, so I had hoped to maybe have a little bit of a presentation to share, but I got an update on the survey at about 4 o'clock today, and so I don't have anything formal. Sorry, 4:40. Just looking at the email. But here's what Brandon shared with me. We did receive the initial draft report of the survey from the sports facility company. There's a link to download, and I can share that out with the board if you'd like. The report includes demographic, markets, programs, and gap analysis that are to be included in the final strategic plan. The survey insights are attached, and if you look at the file, it's about 200 pages of survey insights. So not something I could have, easily digested and shared with the board. I don't think for any-
You couldn't do that in 35 minutes?
Yeah. So I'm wondering how, if the board would like that to be shared with them now, or, I mean, soon. I'm happy to do that. Obviously, you're gonna get the insights as part of the strategic plan at the, at a later date, but if you'd like, I can share that with you now. I can even print some copies for folks that want the hard copies.
I'd love to get a digital copy myself. I'd like to
I don't want a
see
hard copy.
Yeah.
I would too.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned that we're going to head forth and just get, it's the next step that we're just getting, I had anticipated more conversations with the board. And I don't know how many conversations have taken place with staff, but I was hoping that we would have more dialogue about priorities and so forth. And I know that we had the community pieces, but some carved out time specifically for our leadership team, and I don't know what has
I
gone on.
think there is more of that time upcoming. My sense was that after the survey, the next step was the site visits, and it sounds like we're almost finalized for some dates on that. And then after that, maybe revisiting with the board and getting some of that feedback or having those conversations. So I can share that feedback and make sure that's a part of our plan and timeline moving forward. I think we've been delayed a little bit, but that's pretty normal. I'm also finding that when we worked with sports facility company before, they were very prompt at getting stuff turned in the dates that we had talked about, adhering to the timeline. And for whatever reason, not sports facility company exclusively, but both parties, I'm the one that's knocking on the door every couple days and saying, hey, I thought we were going to have this by now. And so that's probably part of why it's been delayed, is just, for whatever reason, it's a little slower process. Maybe it's because it's so thorough and so in-depth, and 419 responses, 200 pages is a lot to analyze. So.
Is there a less than 200 page?
There should be an analysis. I mean,
There will be.
Yeah, where's the crosstab? That's what
Yeah,
I want.
That's all right.
yeah.
So-
But what I want to make sure is that if we're delayed for whatever the reason is, I still want to make sure that our product is solid. I don't want to rush to a final product without getting all the information. I have some fears. I don't want to see a repeat of the presentation that we received previously. That's really important, and I want to make sure that we have the ability to give enough input.
You got it. You got it. Okay. That's it for that item. Unless there's other questions, we can move to.
So can I ask, because I don't want a 200-page document printed. I don't want to hurt a tree. So what is there out there for us to look at?
Well, there's a lot of charts, and there's an accounting of the email addresses that people entered. That takes up a lot of pages. There's demographic information. There's market analysis. There's all the feedback that they got from the open-ended questions. So there's a lot of data.
I think we could ask them in SurveyMonkey. You can create a dashboard of results that it's just an analysis. It takes 15 minutes to do it. I think we should ask them for that, and then it provides you a link that you can just send out to folks.
Sounds good.
But a lot of the survey wasn't on survey monkey.
I don't remember what platform they used.
Oh, I thought it was on Survey Monkey.
I don't think it was.
Oh, like Qualtrics or something?
I'm
Yeah, well,
not-
any of
I'm not
them
sure
should.
which.
I'm sure there
which one.
are, I mean, they all have that stuff, but, yeah, I don't think it was.
Yeah, sorry, I don't recall either.
Yep. The one on our website was Survey Monkey, because I sat down with her and we edited some of the questions, like,
With Susan.
with Susie.
Okay.
It was either that or
Yeah.
Google,
Yeah,
the
the new
Google
survey
survey.
monkey
I'm
did
pretty sure
process.
it's, right, exactly,
Yeah.
so that, yeah.
But, yes, I would like that electronic.
Yeah, don't fill it for us.
Hoping you would say that. So we'll try to,
So we have email addresses of everybody who was interested enough in the district to complete the survey.
19 votes.
well, that part was optional because, but yeah, they could enter their email and we did, 3 $50 Amazon card
I didn't put
giveaways.
mine in because I didn't want the gift
So
card.
you didn't win anyways, but, Derek conducted a random draw
I
of 3
would
of the names.
accept it even if we did win.
Yeah, $50.
Okay, new business.
Yeah, so the first item under new business is another potentially kind of heavier, lengthy topic. I issued a little memo just to kind of set the table a little bit because this has just been something that has been discussed for several years, and an aspiration of the district and board, I think, is to figure out what is the path, is there a path, and what is that path for, call it what you want, you can call it expansion of the district boundaries, you can call it incorporating our service area, but those that are in the non-resident part of our service area. And frankly, we kind of seem to have the conversation and we might walk a couple of stairs up and then we sort of get stuck for whatever reason and we stay there, or maybe we go back down a stair or two. And I have been searching to try to find some external resources that could help us move up to a higher level in this conversation, figure out what is the path to actually do this, how does it look, what are the resources that we might need, what are the conversations that we may need to have. And frankly, I just don't think that that knowledge is present in staff. And I know that there's a lot of great and intelligent people amongst the 5 of you, but I'm not sure if it's present amongst you either, being volunteers, to do this all on our own.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought it was really important that we find some help, and I've identified this company, not saying that they're the company that we have to choose, but they're the only ones that have actually gotten me a proposal, and this is not the only company that I've shared this aspiration that we have with. This is probably the 4th company that I've worked with and had Zoom meetings with and kind of tried to orient and said, this is our challenge, this is what we want, can you help us? And they'll say yes, and then I never hear from them again, or they say, no, this isn't our thing. So what we have is a proposal from this Strategies 360 company. I was referred to them by colleagues at 12th and Hills Park and Rec District who have used them for some successful bond campaigns, but I know they've done a lot of other government work. And it includes 2 phases. The first phase is what they call identifying a path, which is really what I think we're lacking. That will share information about what the process would be for us to do this. It would be at a cost of, I think, $5,000 is what they quoted. And then there's another phase down the road for the actual work, if we were to go down this path with them, and that would be a little bit more money. Again, I can talk, Kyle and I talked, and we had a 20-minute conversation about this. It could have probably been an hour, because I think the dynamics of these communities that are in our service area or maybe near our service area are unique, and there's not a one-size approach is going to fit Cannon Beach and fit Deerheart and fit Warrenton possibly, but I do think that there is a strategy, and the timing is such that we have a lot of really positive momentum. I think with the work that we're doing with our youth programs at preschool, purchase of the SRC, and what we're going to be able to do there, what we've already been able to do. our wonderful Broadway park that, you know, we just talked about. It would be great if we had a full-size softball field to complement. Maybe that will happen soon. We also have, you know, our other existing facilities. Go ahead.
Even if we go down this path, it's not gonna happen tomorrow.
Correct.
So like, I could see that we go down this path kind of parallel to finishing the field, getting our occupancy permit, expanding the programming, and then kind of coming to a head when all of those things magically happen and being like, look, here's all the things that we now have.
Yeah. I don't think we're quite ready to go into this yet, because we don't have a pathway. No community has asked to join the district.
Well,
We haven't, you know, but an expansion or, you know, being able to do that would be good, but I think it's too soon to hire someone like this.
well,
Until we get
I
our
would
strategic
disagree.
plan done.
I have a comment from a person who, is fairly prominent in the district, or out of the district, and wants to remain anonymous. This is what I mentioned last month, but I didn't bring this with me, so I did a very poor job, and so I actually went back, and I have a quote here. Okay, there is no incentive to be, you know, if there is no incentive if you are out of district to be in. There's no preferential treatment for identifying folks, for example, early registration. Overall, it is cheaper to be out of district and pay a little more, but not as much as you pay in taxes.
Which
We
we've
don't
talked about
charge enough.
before.
We don't charge enough for that.
We need to charge
Right.
a higher out of district.
Right, and that was.
I do like the pre-registration. There is some, for like youth programs, there is early registration.
You know, and I mean, there was a comment made about, I don't wanna be up at midnight trying to get my student in, or not my
Well, now
student, my
it's 9
child
a.m.
in. You know, so, anyway, this time, I actually have what this person said. So, I just think that it needs to be paid attention to.
So having been through this process a lot, it takes a long time.
Yeah.
And there's two different processes. One is if it's pulled from the community, if the community is saying, hey, we want this, that is one particular path. If we try to push it on the community, then it's a little harder because government is always a little suspicious. So, I think in my mind, it'd be better if the community was calling this, but that means that we have to have a path to demonstrate to the community what the advantages are of having a one unified parks district that covers the North Coast and can provide the patrons with the things that they need to stay active and healthy and get whatever exercise or other advantages they need, or to be fed. And so I think we're better off starting the process earlier rather than later, recognizing that we may need to redo it a couple times along the way, because we're not going to get there by the presidential election. I mean, it's not going to be possible.
Yeah.
I don't, maybe the 28th presidential election, but, you know, I think we need to have a path. I think we need to.
I like that they broke it into two phases, you know, the identifying the path, like that, you know, is all the stuff that, and that may be as simple as, you know, what is the message that we need to start spreading in the community so that they start going, maybe we should ask to be part.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know that they even know that that's an option, that they could join us. You know, Cannon Beach, obviously, because they opted to not, you know, they were part and left, but like further north, do they know that that's something they could do?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like, because phase one is calling for a $5,000 initial analysis, so it's a fairly small price tag. And I do wonder about the phase one, I'm sort of thinking about how does this dovetail into the strategic plan, right? Because our strategic plan
Yeah, we need that.
changes, right?
We need to have that.
To me, they sort of go together, and so in some ways, engaging this firm while we're doing the strategic plan process makes some sense to me because they dovetail together. And it's not that we're going to the measure right now, it's more we're gearing up for what do we need to make the case. And I think they could help inform our strategic plan process to some extent, just based on what they hear from, to me, that might be worth the $5,000 initial approach piece. Just to have.
Maybe if we put them on the agenda and had them in front of us at a meeting.
Well, is that who that lady is?
Jenny, on the Zoom, or who, what lady?
Yes, that would.
She's the Consejo Español.
Okay.
Okay.
Different contract.
Yeah, I would just, so like, the path, I think before we identify the strategies or which rooms to get into or the timing, so I'll just share. This is gonna make me look dumb, but I'm happy to eat it on this one. The identifying the path part, she talks about, sorry, I'm saying she, because Amy is the one that I worked with closely, the consultant. She says there is at least 2 paths to accomplish such a change, and she outlines what they are. Well, when I asked an employee of special districts, they said a different path that isn't even one of these, and involved basically campaigning or politicking city council in those communities, and that city council in those communities would have the authority to opt their community in by a majority vote of the council only to join the district. Now, that's not even mentioned
No,
here.
it still takes a vote.
That's all.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, this is, for me, I have a hard time, and I think other human beings probably do too, not knowing even the path forward to do this. And I think Kyle shared some of his fire experiences, and that's much more established
Much more
practice.
homogeneous.
Yeah, something that happens
industry.
throughout the state, you know, with large fire districts kind of, well, what's the appropriate word?
Yeah.
You know, incorporating another service area.
Phagocytosis is what it's called.
But for us,
That's talking my language.
but for us, it's different because there is an existing park districts in these other communities, and because we're out here with potentially three other communities that are individual local governments, but we need to figure out how to meet their needs, and they're all unique and quirky in their own ways. So personally, I feel like $5,000, like to Celeste's point, is a pretty low bar, and it gives us the knowledge that we will need, and then we can say, okay, if we want to move forward and try to do this on this timeline, whatever it might be. Right now, I don't feel like we have the knowledge to even go to a Warrenton City Council meeting and say, did you know that you can do this? Because they're going to ask these questions, well, how do you do that? And I'm going to say, well, I actually don't know, because I've gotten 4 different pieces of advice from...
Well, Eileen is going to have to be involved in this to a certain extent as well, because she's been through it before too. I would say that one of the things, this identifying the path, this is identifying the path to a bond measure.
Right.
It's not identifying the path to an annexation of districts. Because what happens to us when we annex, not so much when we annex a city, but if we annex another city, is it may affect our tax rate.
Yeah.
Because then the tax rates are blended.
Good point. And then I would like to see, if we're going to expand the district, maybe, who knows, Warrenton might be the most likely. But I would like to have a discussion about system development charges, because I would want the understanding that whoever joins in the district is also going to pay system development charges. It won't be just Seaside.
Well, the system development charges will be the local community, the city
It
of
will be in
Seaside
the district.
and the county.
It will be the district.
So, and the system development charges would only be applied to properties that are developed within the boundaries, geopolitical boundaries of
Within our
whatever.
district boundaries,
Yeah.
one way or the other. I would like to see that worked out, otherwise there would not be any equity. You know, we would not have really any buy-in. Warrenton would be, you know, making out on our money, you know, without contributing. I assume that if Warrenton, for instance, just, you know, hypothetically, if they were to join the district, that they would require brick and mortar, you know, facilities of some kind, that we would have to invest there. So why would we, you know, if we have system development charges, you know.
We could use them throughout our district.
Warrenton
if
could,
we receive them.
you know, pay in, it might be, you know, who knows, it might only be 3%, you know, of some building permit, who knows? But that would help build some funding for, you know, capital investment. You know, like, you know, Scott was saying, yeah, city council can opt in, but city council in Cannon Beach, they voted to opt out. That's how it happened.
Well, I don't think they can opt in. I think it still requires a vote.
The city council opted out in Cannon Beach.
Well, you can opt out, you can choose not to go
They
for a
could
vote.
opt in, but I think politically, they'd be smart to put it to a vote.
Yeah.
The person who responded to me is in Gerhardt.
Well, Gerhard opted out too, but they annexed in property that, you know, so that took them out of the district because they weren't in it.
Is there a boundary commission anymore? Those were the guys that really knew what they were talking about.
I don't know.
But you know, we had an interesting, I don't know, and I don't want to take time, but I had a meeting with County Recreation Lands Planning Committee, and there's a lot of interest in special districts. Right now, they want to do a strategic plan on surveys of county parks, to see, you know, what people think. But there was some discussion that said, well, what if some of our parks were a special district? There's such an impact on tourism. Tourism impacts county parks in huge ways. Not as much our district, but there is interest in special districts and, you know, looking at the big picture to see what communities want out from their parks.
Well, I'm all in favor of identifying a path, but I think their scope needs to be modified a little bit.
I like their resume, it's good, they've done great things with Portland Parks and Beaverton School District. And
Got a lot of bounce back.
They look pretty darn good.
I think we need to identify, what the barriers are and find a way either through or around them so that, we have buy-in with these stakeholders. And I think that way things can be more positive. And I don't know, I agree, I don't think $5,000 is a lot of money, except, you know, for me personally, it's a lot of money. But the thing is, I think if we can have benefit from spending that, if we're just throwing money at something and it turns into, nope, that didn't work, then we didn't do our due diligence in the first place. So
could we kind of modify their scope of work too, because, you know, Kyle's pointing out that it's their forward path as a bond, but could we maybe just modify it to identify those barriers and like what potential all the forward paths could be, not just one?
Mm-hmm. And while you're looking, Skylar, I just have a question, or maybe Darren can answer this, but, you know, $5,000 is not a lot of money to us when we're dealing with, you know, hundreds of thousands, but, you know, $5,000 matters.
Yeah.
So, do we need to go out to bid for this?
We don't.
Or is your calling, the different vendors enough of a quote list?
If it's under 10,000, we don't have to do any procurement. If it's 10 to 50, where you're supposed to get 3 informal bids,
Written
yeah.
quotes.
And over 50, then we have to do a little bit more due diligence.
So, okay, so we're good on the bid?
I think so, yeah, and I can probably go back and find my other correspondence with other.
Yeah, if you talk to other folks and they're not interested in putting forward, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure that.
I think it seems like my analysis is that it's a pretty narrow niche. You know, and obviously they do a lot of different work than this, but it seemed like they have the expertise. I know they've done some of this kind of thing with THPRD, not necessarily expansion of district boundaries, but THPRD has grown significantly just because of like construction and population growth. So I don't know, the colleagues that recommended them, I hold in pretty high regard in the Park and Rec circle. Like the second in command at THPRD and some other folks that recommended them. So I think the barrier for us justifying this expense right now to identify a path and get accurate information is well, it is money, but it's well worth the money invested.
Well, and so I will move that we go forward with this company in the context that identifying a path is going to be identifying a path, not necessarily this path.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for $5,000?
Yeah.
So basically, I just want to make sure I clarify
We have that on our budget.
the editing is like, the request is that you might have shared, these are two paths, but we need you to look at every possible path to make this happen.
Well, every
specifically that
possible
one.
path, and not just the notion of, you know, responsible parties and stuff. You know, we can figure that out way down the line. I'm really interested in,
Okay.
you know, what do the communities want?
Okay.
You know, I mean, if they don't want us anywhere near them, I don't, you know, I want to know that at the front
Well,
end.
I think part of this, to me, I mean, I think that's the analysis they do for step two. That's what they describe as step two, is that piece that is the deeper one about whether or not they want us in. But I think Sue has a really good point. I mean, I'm a little bit afraid that we have our own work to do before they know if they want us in or not. So I think one thing is, and I'm just looking at, like, I know that we adjusted some of our individual rates, but like classes are the same. It looks like if you're in district or out.
I mean, like for
Like for pottery, for instance, that's the one I looked at. So, I mean, I think we might have some of our own work to do to make sure that we're not de-incentivizing people. If they can come and do the stuff at the same price, why would they pay the extra $500, $700, or whatever it is in taxes a year? Particularly here in Cannon Beach, where the home
It might be a lot more than that.
Right, exactly. So I think we have that, and then I think the other thing is, we all know what the plans, what we have in hope, what our hopes and dreams are for the SRC, but I'm almost positive the community doesn't know that.
you're right.
And so I don't know, you know, I think we have our own communications work to do about that.
We're going to need a marketing intern for that.
So do
Yeah,
we want to
no.
wait on this
I don't think that analysis is part of the phase one. I think phase one just lays out pathways. Like,
Just
here's
format.
here's how it works. It's just the initial research of how it might work. And I personally think it would be good to have that, just so that we know, because so if you're gonna do a communications campaign, which is what we have to do eventually, right, you need to know who your audience is. So if it's the city council, that's one approach. If it's the general public, that's another approach. Like, we just have different approaches. And so I think knowing the pathways, in my opinion, would be a good move.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So, do we need a motion on this? Or?
yeah.
I move that we engage Strategies 360 Oregon for phase one, and that Skylar work with them to develop an appropriate scope of work for the statement.
Perfect. Do you have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Sue. All in favor, signify aye. Opposed, nay. Kyle?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye?
Mike?
I'm very reluctant on this,
You can
because I don't
no.
think we're quite ready until we have a strategic plan, at least. But I will support it. We'll vote aye.
Okay, you don't
But
have to.
I know, yeah. Well, we'll all be in trouble anyway, because you're gonna pass it.
They already did. Aye. Motion carries.
I think, you know, it hopefully will give us some forward motion.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I hear your concerns, but I think, I don't think we're ready for the phase 2 that they explained.
No, we're definitely not.
Right, so we're not ready for that until I think,
Well, it's still, we're looking at the 30,000 after the 5.
right, exactly, yeah. And we have our own work to do, both the
Definitely do.
strategic plan, and I think we need to make sure that we can communicate the value of joining the district or to a community.
Well, I got a question. Who are our customers? I mean, are they coming from Warrenton? I mean, we've got their email addresses, we've got their addresses, can we plot this out on a map and say, you know, where's our demand coming from, and then we can focus on that.
Do we have any answers from the survey? That's 200 pages of.
We only have 35 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, that's not logical for any of us.
Link to the survey?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's good
but-
enough for me.
I think you have a good point, though, is that I think we need to look at that. And I think one of the big assets we have is the youth stuff that we have going on. And I would imagine that we'll see, I don't know this for sure, that we're gonna see people coming from,
Where are the pickleballers coming from?
but we're not charging differently for the youth programs.
Mhm.
So,
We do charge differently for youth programs in and out of district.
well, the camp, we're not charging. I'm just pulling up what we're charging on some of them. Camp, we're not charging differently.
Did you change the fee schedule last September?
Yeah.
September.
But we
Okay.
just did, that was just for membership
It was like
spots.
memberships and aquatic programs.
Yeah.
But we have been trying to kind of create more of a gap between in-district and out-of-district for our other programs, like Start Smart,
Yeah.
youth programs and things. And I don't know if it's reflected in our registration stuff online, unfortunately.
I have a question for both of you, probably more Darren, but I don't know. I really liked Sue's anonymous friend's comment about the early registration for in-district. I think that's a huge incentive, particularly for swim lessons, which you do set your alarm and,
Good point.
you know, get that early in. And I know that Erin already does it for youth programs, where it's not necessarily in district, but it's if you were already in the program.
Right.
But my question for you is, when you go in to set up, you know, these launch dates for these programs, is it easy to do like a thing like that, where you can say,
Absolutely.
in-district gets an extra week, or 2
Correct.
days, or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. The way that the Rec 1 is structured, Rec 1 has the capability, obviously, we already track people between being residents and non-residents in the system. It's easy when you have folks that assigned to folks to allow for district residents to have an earlier registration time before it opens up to non-residents as well. So, yeah, that's easily accomplished in the system.
And does that include people who paid in to be a district with a school
Correct,
district member?
correct,
Okay,
because
yeah.
they appear as quote unquote residents.
Yeah.
The ways that they're flagged in the system.
Cool,
Yeah.
okay.
So, and also, just a real quick note, Celeste, I think when you look at the Rec 1 pricing on
Yep.
there, what you see as a regular price, that's our base price for the non-residents. Only when that gets put into the cart and taken into the checkout process do you actually get the resident discount applied. So then that's where the resident.
Got it.
price
So
comes in.
if it's not gonna be, so that might be missed by somebody who's a non-district, that they would have gotten a district discount, right? So we might wanna make that visible in a
So they
different
might
way.
think the prices are the same.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that is probably one of the only major limitations to the Rec 1 software, is the way that they have everything kind of built around resident, non-resident, but they don't allow us to do resident price, non-resident price. You actually have to build it as a discount in the system that is flagged and tied to your residency status. So that's the only really goofy thing about that deal.
Which was one nice thing about having the product or the program guide printed, was that it was very clear, black and white, everything we offered, it was all in district, out of district, for everything.
Right, it was much more visible.
And I'm curious, like, didn't we do a digital program guide? Can we do a digital program guide?
It's kind of been hit or miss,
Okay.
when Melissa was here. Actually, I'm working with Ross right now, our contractor, to bring back, a program guide. Whether it actually gets mailed out to everybody, that would be the perfect scenario. But at least get it into the hands of our folks at the front desk so they have something to hand out to folks. And we went through a lot of program guides, just at the desks when people came in to ask you, like, what do you guys have here? Well, great, let me show you.
And even just having an online digital version, I think, is
Yeah.
so important. I mean, I know that, like, for instance, when I was looking for summer camps for my kids to do in Portland, I was looking at Park and Rec, and I clicked on their program guide, and I was scrolling through and seeing all the cool things that they offer, and I was like, oh, wow, that's really cool, they offer this thing there, you know?
Yeah, so we will get some printed copies, we will have the digital version that will be on the website, so.
Anyway, I thank you for answering the early, my concern was if we went down that path of doing like an early registration kind of thing, that it would make a whole lot of a headache for you guys, but as it sounds,
It's a great, easy incentive.
yeah.
So, Skylar, would it be an onerous burden to ask staff to just take a look at our pricing policies, district versus in-district, out-of-district, or would that be more of the phase one components that we can allow the 360 group to do?
I think it would be really beneficial for me, and maybe I can start just with my own analysis and then present back to the board on where we're at, because I want to make sure that some of our non-aquatic programs are aligning with the different price difference that we agreed on last year. And I'll be honest and say, based on what Celeste has discovered, and I'm not as tuned into the website as I probably should be, that maybe we're not, at least for what it sounds like for summer camp.
Or if it's not visible.
Pottery, or maybe, so.
Yeah.
Well, or maybe there are things other than pricing that are incentives to be a district.
Like a district resident only program?
Well, not necessarily that, because I want people to participate in the program, but more like early registration kind of stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
I can guarantee you that would be a huge incentive, particularly for swim lessons.
I would tell you, yes,
Yeah.
people agree.
Are there other programs that are overwhelmed?
Infant toddler
Infant
program
toddler?
is very popular.
Are those district residents or out-of-district residents?
I'd say probably, I think last time I asked Justin, we were probably around 75 to 80% were in district,
Okay.
both preschool and for infant toddler.
And any other overwhelmed programs?
The only other program that I know has a wait list right now is our after-school program.
And are those in district also?
And that one, I do know they open that up for half, not necessarily in district, but half years.
They're both, yeah,
Yeah.
in and out. But they're school district.
They get bussed over from the school, so they're most likely in resident kids.
Most of them.
From Seaside schools, or are there other schools?
But your harder Canada Beach would be.
Yeah, but there's only, well, yeah, that's true.
Is there an after-school program in Cannon Beach?
There's no school.
Okay.
Well, there's
Well,
Canyon
but
Beach
when-
Academy, but.
But those students are still.
Yeah, those-
Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah.
saying. I think it's probably, if I had to guess, and I'm just guessing, it's probably around 75 to 80% of district residents in that program.
Well, and I don't want to be misconstrued. I do not want to restrict services to anybody in the community that wants them.
Correct.
It may be more expensive or maybe more delayed for an out-of-district resident, but I think everybody deserves to get the service.
But I think but I also think there should be an incentive to be, and that, I think the early access is a huge one for some of those programs.
This has been said for years and years now. No one said it.
Yeah.
No reason to join. No.
And I think, you know, I don't think we should like triple the price tomorrow, but I think we can do these small incremental things to where we finally get down the road and go, okay, now it's worth it.
Well, I don't think the pricing is gonna be as much of a disincentive as not being able to get into swim lessons.
Yes.
You're not a resident.
Yeah.
But it's both, because I think we have to realize, we're punishing our district members. Because we're
But
not charging.
by subsidizing the people outside the
Yeah,
community.
by subsidizing people outside the community, it means that our tax dollars are paying for your Heart and Kansas
Services
residents
provided.
to
Yeah.
come and,
And a seaside kid who is paying taxes is losing out on a swim spot because they couldn't get in.
right. And I think there's a case to be made. I do wonder if we have Gerhardt and Cannon Beach join, which are frankly much higher tax rate base than our current in-district employees, our current in-district patrons, whether or not we can expand slots, right? So I think there's a case to be made, like we don't want to shortchange district members by subsidizing a tax base that has more wealth than our tax, like, right, that doesn't make sense. So I think flipping it around, it isn't that we're trying to be punitive to Gerhardt folks or Cannon Beach folks or Warrington folks, it's just, it's out of fairness to the district residents who are paying.
But there must be a mathematical way to calculate that. If you have it.
It's pretty easy because
Yeah.
you can actually calculate, we did this a little bit, is we looked at the average, what the average homeowner's paying in district right now towards, and I can't remember what the numbers are, I don't remember, but it was like $500 a year, something like that currently.
It's less than that, but
7,000 people.
when we ran the
Yeah,
bond
something like that, right.
in
I mean, per person, not per property. Per
in 2018, David, the finance guy, said that if we were able to bring Gerhardt into the district, it would be about $1 million in tax revenue annually. And Cannon Beach would be at least that much more.
So then the question is, do we lower our tax rate in that scenario, or do we
That's one of the paths that.
Potentially
expand
we
our
could,
services?
right,
We
we could.
Or what do we
identify
do?
is we dissolve the existing district and we reincorporate at a lower tax rate, which is to the benefit
I
of.
would never lower the tax rate. Don't do it.
Okay.
But that is a.
And or expand slots.
We have to
expand
have
slots.
the discussion, I mean.
It could be negotiated, but
What,
from what I've learned, going back at the beginning of my tenure here, it would be a bad idea to lower our tax rate.
fair,
Well-
I wouldn't want to lower it unless we were expanding to these other 7,000 or 8,000 residences that we're gonna be gaining.
Right.
Lowering our tax rate might be a price of admission.
Well, I don't
People
think
will
we're quite
want
there
everything
yet,
cheaper.
No, we have to have that discussion.
but, so I think you have some things to
Go figure.
ponder. You're welcome. Okay.
I don't mind also in not just increasing for the other folks, decreasing the cost for in-district residents. They're already paying, so I don't mind looking at decreasing also. If we can do that. I mean, our revenue, most of our revenue is not derived from user fees. That's just not where the majority comes from, so.
Yeah. Maybe you can look into that and
You guys wanna do
get
it
us
on
a
the
review. Yeah?
What did you say?
Kyle didn't get to do the last one.
Taxes are 2 million and everything else is 2 million, so really. taxes
Right, so
only
What did
pay
you
for
ask,
half.
Kyle?
Right.
I was joking, and I'm not gonna say it.
Okay.
I don't wanna move on. So we're at 2 hours and 10 minutes and,
Yeah.
I planned on being here till 9.
I didn't.
I told my dog another 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's true, I actually went. to
Good luck.
the dog.
We spent half an hour just chatting.
Okay, proposal for services, new business.
Just as
Oh, what about
Oh,
foundation?
you're right, sorry, foundation board member.
Yeah.
It
So
crossed
we just
off.
had one additional person that came forward and asked to join our foundation board. Her name is Brooke English.
I know that name, but I don't know.
It
So
sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
if we were to approve, if you were to approve her, then that would give us 9 wonderful foundation board members. We've already started working together as a new group. so I'm really excited, and I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but, if you can give me a yay or a nay on Brooke, then.
I move that we, oh, sorry.
Well, do you need a formal motion
I
or
mean,
a head
we-
nod? or-
Yes, formal motion, because
Okay.
it's in the bylaws of the foundation, that all of the foundation board members have to be approved by the district.
So is there, I know a Brooke, I just don't know if I know a Brooke English. So is there any, like, is this a person that's lived here a long time? Or?
I think so,
Yeah.
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 I don't know her that well, but she comes very highly regarded from Ashley, the board chair, and I think some other community folks know her well. I know she has kids,
She was the mom of.
yeah, I was gonna say high school or maybe a little under age. so.
I like the idea of an odd number, you know, in case, you know.
Yeah, we have a lot of contentious votes on the foundation board, so we need that. type of-
When and where are the foundation board meetings?
They had been meeting on the last Friday of every month at noon via Zoom, but we're probably gonna restructure those meeting times because I know we have at least a couple people that are teachers, and I don't know if that time will work for them. So we're
It will
gonna-
not. I will tell you that right now.
Searching for a new time.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept Brooke English as a foundation board member and thank her for her willingness to step up into that position.
And I'll second that.
Thank you, all in
Aye.
favor? Signify aye, opposing Kyle.
Aye.
Sue.
I,
Les.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Aye. You know, Kyle, I was very proud of you, holding off until just that moment to work the system.
I would like to request
It was
that
a
at
struggle.
a future board meeting, could we actually ask the foundation to come and attend our board meeting? I actually would like to hear from the foundation about their ideas for what they want to do, because I think it might inform our strategic plan.
Well, and they should have just a ever so brief little foundation update and, if there is a need for an update
Right.
in our board packet.
Yeah,
It's we're actually
There
the
used to be,
foundation.
yeah, and something that's kind of fallen by the wayside, partly just the foundation board isn't as active outside of Ship and Saver as they once were, but I think we're hoping this rejuvenation.
And Ship and Saver is over. right?
It was the last one.
It's been shipped away.
It's, Ship and Saver.
but maybe strengthening the connection between the foundation board and this board might actually help with,
That's very true. In fact, when I started, we used to have Ashley, who was the foundation board chair at the time. She would come to every meeting, and she would make a little presentation that was very stuffy, to say. But I think there's a benefit of having more communication.
Your time to talk more.
Golly. All right, so this is more food for thought. We can pour over this if you'd like, but I attended a training last week with SDAO. Actually, Eileen was the presenter, our council, and Sue, you're going to the training tomorrow, so spoiler alert, here's some of what was shared, but I wanted to just make sure, I know you're all, you're the only one going to Salem, yeah. I know you're all volunteers, and so I wasn't sure if you were aware of some of these recent changes, but I think it's important that you know. I would not want to get into a situation where these are applicable, but what would be worse is if you said, oh, I had no idea about that law or that rule. And I generally think that you're all pretty informed, but some of these things were things I didn't even know about. So now you have some of the changes highlighted. Oregon Ethics Commission oversees all public meeting laws and not just executive sessions. That was the case previously. There's a little bit of information on what deliberations are according to HB 2805. I know there's been a lot of conversation with the board throughout the years on what constitutes a deliberation or a public meeting, and here it is spelled out what convening a public meeting means and what deliberations are. So I would say any time that a majority of you are gathered in a physical location using electronic video or telephone to be able to communicate contemporaneously using serial electronic written communication, so that would be like an email chain or a reply all, or using an intermediary to communicate. So if you're doing those things, you are convening a public meeting and you're basically circumventing Oregon public meeting laws. So I would discourage you from doing that. And I think, like I said, this board has been really cognizant of those things.
The next one, we all have to do the training every
year.
year. Is that?
Oh, sorry, once during your
I was
term.
gonna say,
Term. Is that,
That training has yet to be developed, so
Okay.
you're off the hook for now, but Eileen suggested that it's possible it will be developed in the next few months, maybe made available to the board at a spring date, or maybe at SDAO conference in Seaside. So I think I'll get you more information on that.
that was the only part of this, other than the fact that the potato is now our official
Yeah.
vehicle, that I was like,
Congrats to the
Really?
We shared that with the staff today,
I
and they
saw
were all,
that, it's like,
they were all,
Lord, about that.
they were all disappointed.
Yes.
I'm a fan of the potato, so I think more potato is good.
I almost said something and Chris talked about having potatoes.
I know.
taters.
Okay,
Taters.
district goals.
Sorry, there's
Oh,
one
one
other
more?
one I want to make sure we know.
Okay.
It's SB 168. I shared this with staff today, and we will have some more staff training about this, but it prohibits public employees, and this would include public officials such as you, while on the job, I know you're not on the job, working hours, or while otherwise working in official capacity, from promoting or opposing appointment, nomination, or election of public officials.
How does that work? You can't, if you're running for office, you can't wear a button? It's
No, I don't think
for me?
it's, for that, I think it would, as far as buttons go, I think it would be more about, for me, I wouldn't wear a button that said, select,
Vote for Catherine for.
yeah, Steve Wright as mayor,
Yeah.
or select, this person for president.
Mhm.
And I wouldn't be able, to talk to coworkers about who I think should be voted in and who should not.
But it says, and I underline this, it says public employees specifically, it doesn't say public officials. So I wondered if the board, elected officials are covered under that same rule.
I think it would be, from what I
Well, we don't have
understand.
working.
And I'm gonna have 6 hours of this tomorrow.
Well, not just that, there's a lot of us.
Ask Eileen.
Yeah, ask Eileen.
Hi, will you please
It doesn't-
expand?
She's
I'll
gonna
ask
love,
questions.
she's gonna love your questions. That's it.
She'll roll her eyes.
Okay, keep going.
District goals, so, again, we kind of touch on a lot of the stuff that is a goal. I think we're moving things along. We are gonna host a meet and greet on Friday the 1st at the SRC. Still working on finalizing the time and figuring out kind of what that program will be. To your other updates, grant writer has been hired. We've talked about the IGA. Yeah.
So, Skylar, can I just change a couple words under
Please.
number 5?
Yes.
And the reason is I didn't get in that explanation how that is helping increase the attendance or utilization. So I just scribbled down, staff has engaged an intern to assist in marketing and operations, has enhanced its social media presence, and has engaged a grant writer to enhance and expand programs.
I like it.
That,
Look at you, who spent that much time on
that was just what we talked about today.
You said 2 words. That's great. So yeah, in addition to the one employee that was recognized as our employee of the month, we have another bilingual individual that's also helping us and doing some translating and working in the market. So I just drew those out in under number 5, but the way that you worded it was much more eloquent.
Well, how many more interns are available to us?
I guess unlimited, but the Classic Works program internship is ending on Friday. It just runs for the duration of summer. So we can hire, and we have hired interns at other points in the year. Darren's hired IT interns, we've hired network interns, we've hired payroll. We have a payroll intern that Chris works with. Hayden, right now, I think he talked about Hayden, and maybe we even got employee of the month a couple months ago.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's it's an option that we've utilized.
And are they paid interns?
They are.
They're all paid?
Sorry, I'm not one for the unpaid internship. Had too many of those in my life to subject someone to that.
well, I believe one of my board comments many months ago was kudos to Sunset Empire for doing that, whereas a lot of others, the companies did not.
Yeah.
So good.
I would like to draw attention to the number one for my favorite topic, the system development charters, that Skylar has identified a consulting firm that could come and talk with us, and we had said maybe early fall, which I would like to point out is soon.
Would you guys like the FCS group to come in September or October? I can try to get on their calendar. I think they'll avail themselves because this is their work. Mike probably remembers they've come before, but I think he was probably
Been a long time.
the only board member who was around last time.
I don't, yeah,
Tom came, so.
I haven't been here for that.
If you'd be
Yeah, I
open-
think I would sure like to understand it more. do have some concerns given, our housing crisis, and I don't know what the implication of increasing SDCs are to the housing crisis. Mike, you might know more about that, but I think.
They've dealt with that in Beaverton and Walton Hills, and because they have some very pricey homes over there, and they reconcile all that with, that there was no real issue.
Mhm. So I'd like to hear more about that.
The discussion certainly could come up
What's
again.
the ORPA?
But I know we need to
Or
look
information.
at that problem, but
Yeah,
basically it's,
maybe you have different tiers for different,
you know,
I think what they've done at
it could really help the
THPRD
district.
yeah.
and then Bend is they waived the SDCs for homes that were under a certain square footage.
Yeah. Or
That seemed to be a good mechanism for, the contractors that are building
Yeah.
more affordable housing or low.
And what is an FCS?
That's just the name of their company.
Yeah.
Don't know what it stands for, sorry.
Frank, Charles.
Well, I would suggest that you reach out and invite them to whatever is convenient.
Okay.
I think it's good to start the conversation and learn more. I definitely don't know enough about it, so.
Okay. Sounds good.
And just one question, how do we measure utilization?
I don't know. I think what we're striving for, Kyle, would be, reducing barriers for participation, and I think we can measure that through, how accessible our services are, and, measuring the population, the demographics, if we can capture them, of the folks that are using our programs.
How do other parks districts measure participation? I mean, we can count the number of people that come through our doors, but, you know, a lot of the stuff, like the seniors program.
Yeah, we don't have any kind of, I imagine we don't have any like patron management system that tracks which patrons are using which services. No, that's not part of it.
We have software, I just don't know if it captures demographics in that way. I don't know if we ask for race and ethnicity, so to speak, when a patron is signing up. Darren, correct me if I'm, no, we don't.
Well,
wrong.
yeah, that.
Or language, preferred language spoken, or anything like that. Those would be kind of green flags that would indicate, that we were serving this population.
Well, I'm just trying to get to the whole population.
The big
Get
utilization,
get the big number, and then we can figure out what the slices of that pie are, but, when we say enhanced utilization, it's really not very fair to ask the executive director to improve utilization and not give him a way to measure it, to let us know that he's doing a good job.
We do capture, like we have a running, attendance here at the Bob Chisholm tracks, everybody that came in for Bridge, Peanut Bowl,
Mhm.
through all of the programs that take place over here that don't necessarily have a registration. So
Mhm.
there's a really good accounting of the people that come through the building. Chris gets the numbers for the meal sign. That's all captured. And that's a report that I give to the Community Center Commission, every month. We can track who comes in through the pool, through all the scan-ins. We've got one of my front desk staff even takes the time to count up how many people are going in for each class, whether they're there for open swim. So she kind of breaks some of that out. She has a little spreadsheet she's capturing that on. So really we are kind of capturing those numbers of people actually physically coming into the building.
But are those head counts versus, like, you don't know how many of them are, like, so here would be this would be my question is,
Yeah.
would we be able to say that 80% of our users are regular users in that they use our facilities or programs 3 or more times a week?
Right.
Versus infrequent users, which might be the other, another 10%.
Right. So where we're capturing just a head count
Just head
here at
count,
the Bob Chisholm, when they scan in over there, so, they've got a membership and they're actually physically scanning in,
Mhm.
or, so we can capture those scan-ins, and so we've got them by name. Generally, we know their age range. We'll have their exact age if they put that, if that's actually in the system. So we can do that really well with the aquatic section, not so well here at the Bob Chisholm that way.
Well, and it should probably go in the strategic plan, but there should be a way to measure utilization and then report on that on whatever regular basis.
I think that would be really great to work towards over the next 3 to 5 years or something like that, is developing a baseline, developing what we're measuring for some metrics, and then developing a baseline, and then moving on from there.
I really
Yeah.
would like to tell the community that, hey, 17,450 people used our services last month. And of those 17,000 people, they used 22,000 services or whatever, are engaged in so many activities.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I want to know how Run for Change works.
Yeah. Well, that's the next item on our agenda. So if you'd like me to proceed, just run through some of the stuff recently occurred and events, trainings, dates upcoming. So I was not here for the chalk art contest, but I have gotten a great report from Zoe, and you were. Oh, I thought you said I was, and I was expecting you to say it was amazing.
It was.
Okay, so it was amazing. I think we had around 28 or 29 artists. The weather, from what I heard, was amazing. The art that I've seen, I've looked at the pictures, really cool stuff. It's always really actually impressive to me what people seem to be able to do. I don't have the mind creative.
It's way harder than it looks.
I'm not surprised, and I appreciate you
What's
saying
the prize, what's the grand prize for that?
$1 million, I think. Yeah.
Entered.
I wouldn't win, so I don't know.
I was one of the judges, and I wish your daughter had been there, because I couldn't tell something in one of the in the small picture she did. But I said, this picture deserves more attention, but she's not here.
Well, I will say, for us, staying until 2 for judging is just not in the cards, ever. That's not gonna happen. Last year, we left by noon. This year, we were done by 11.
I mean, it was something like
It was
the earth or a heart
yes,
around the center, but it was small enough, and I couldn't tell.
yeah.
And there was no one there to say, oh, this is what this is, and they asked me to be a judge. So
It's
I'm
okay.
like, well, I didn't like it, because I said, I think this picture has more to it, but I really don't have enough information.
Well, the judging is just too late for my small children. It just doesn't work. Stay there for 5 hours on the prom. But other than that, it was really fun.
Went well, so thankful for those that participated, and
I have one more quick comment before you move on. I know Zoe had mentioned that this may be the last year for that because the grant is over. But I really hope we can continue. I really think it's a cool thing. We've done it 2 years. I really like it.
She actually said to the public that this is a very positive thing. And I don't know whether she said we're gonna try to make it continue. I've heard we're going to make it happen next year.
Okay.
That's
I just
how
knew
I
that the
took
grant
it.
ran its course.
And I mean, if she said maybe, I didn't hear maybe. I heard, because it was really successful.
Yeah.
A lot of
And you
positive
said so
comments.
much.
I do have a question though about an event, because I've had this question about our events in general. I think I brought this up. What are we measuring successful by?
I just think community participation, to me, for for the event, and for this one, you get so much, community engagement for some people walking by, but.
Yeah, so how do we capture, because we don't know, like, is it entries, or is it people walking by, or is it, you know, what if?
Not gonna capture.
Is there a charge for the entry?
No,
Yes, there is,
there's not a charge to walk by.
because to pay for the supplies and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm not making a judgment about it, I'm just wondering how, when we say it's so successful, how do we know? Like, how would we know?
Number of participants maybe versus last year?
I think for this, if that was the only measure of success, it would be hard to justify, just because we can't have that many people. We don't have that much space on the prom. We really only have 25 to 30 artists.
How come?
Because we're only allowed to use this pretty small section of the prom, and originally when we started the program, we hired artists that were chalk art experts that came, and they wanted to cap, because they provided some instruction beforehand. They didn't do that this year.
They did.
But it was just on the same day. It wasn't the day before.
No, it was, because apparently it was part of the grant that you had to have a class, and so Robin volunteered, because she wasn't going to originally,
Oh, okay.
but then Robin Montero volunteered and taught the class the day before, like we did last year. We didn't attend, and then she also she came around during and provided more instruction, which was great, because it took her out of the running, because I think she won last year.
So when you say we were only allowed 20 yards, was that from the city or state parks, or who regulates?
The prom is
City.
City park. So then the city wasn't open to giving us 40 yards or 60?
I think we could potentially have that conversation. I don't know if we asked for more yards, but we did say, like, this is what we want to do, and they kind of said, this is where you guys need to do that. And part of it is also based on the concrete on the prom. You want the
Not very good.
the less bumpy parts,
Doesn't
and most
smooth
of it
it, right.
is pretty
Rough
bumpy
cut.
and rough. There's a section in front of, not by the Shiloh, but the next hotel down from the Shiloh, whatever that's called, where it's smoothed out, and that's where we've had it. But in other areas of the prom, it wouldn't work as well.
I see the chalk art contest going from one end of the prom to the other and being like the Cannon Beach sandcastle. You know, the artists, that's a spectacular benefit to the community.
And there were
I think
people coming in the next day asking, where is this, you know.
They want to look, they're looking for the
Oh,
art.
let me go tell you, this
There
is
was a
where you
rain
can find
last
it, if you can
night.
find it, if you can still see it, here it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear what you're saying, Celeste, about how to measure success, but I think part of it is the enjoyment that people are getting in participating.
That's
And
nice
then
too.
the
Yeah,
enjoyment.
but so are we surveying them? So a way to capture
Mhm.
that metric would be to survey participants. right?
Yeah.
Oh, and let the public judge the chalk art.
They do.
They did?
Yeah,
I mean, they put a,
we did a
There
QR code this year,
There
and they
was,
could scan
yeah.
and vote for.
Yeah, so there's lots of ways to judge, you do have to decide what you're donating, right?
so when they scan and vote, do we capture any demographic information on them?
That I don't know, the QR code thing was new this year,
We did.
per my
I'm a
suggestion.
data guy.
I mean, all I did was write down, I
Yeah,
wrote
I just
on the
wanted to-
computer,
I just
I
wanted
picked
to
this one,
rate
and this
some of
one.
these chalk art things, and you're asking me how much money I make in a year now.
As we have a language I speak.
Oh, wait, I do know, we voted, no, it was.
Well, if
vote
nothing else,
here.
what we could do is be capturing people's email addresses,
Absolutely.
asking if they want to stay on our,
Yeah.
list, right? So we could do that for sure.
The other special event that we had just this last Saturday was the Run for Change. Again, this is an event that seems to be kind of floundering a little bit, especially when compared to the success of Turkey Trot. We had about 50 registrations beforehand, but we had another almost 50 on the day of, so we had 95 runners and walkers. We had a partnership with Helping Hands and donated a fair, I don't know if it's all of our proceeds or how we do it, but donated proceeds to Helping Hands to help with their efforts in our community. Good partnership. Zoe made some changes this year to encourage teams and businesses to run as a team. Gave a prize to a team that had costumes on. We got the cross-country team from the high school to participate and run together. That was really fun, so
And it was a Pacifica.
it was a Pacifica project for, 3 Pacifica students, and they did great. So, other events, Farmers Market continues. Tomorrow is a day where you can come and take advantage of the market. I think tomorrow might be the last day of our, the barbecue, food truck that has been there, so if you haven't tried that, highly encourage it. Pretty tasty. Put a special board meeting date on there. Obviously, that's now been moved to September 6th, so if you want to note that. Regular board meeting in September is on the 26th. And then listed out some of those board trainings. Thanks to Sue for going to Salem tomorrow to attend the training. And as I shared via email, I'm sorry to report that the Astoria training is full. So we are on the wait list.
So I have a question. I would expect that since I get to go to tomorrow, that I'd be on the low end of the totem pole
These are 2 different trainings. So
for the others to go.
one is by Eileen, and the other is by George Dunkel. So you would benefit, I think we would all benefit from going to either or both. So if we can get into the Astoria one, I think we should. I would suspect if they have enough demand, they'll find a new location to hold the Astoria training at. I may even reach out to them and offer one of our facilities. We have more space in the main hall or in the cafeteria or library. I know it's not Astoria, but most people think Seaside's better than Astoria anyways. So hopefully we'll get in, but if not, if you'd like to go to the Salem one, or if you want to just save your training for when they come for SDAO conference in February, that's fine too. I appreciate you being willing to go. Sorry, I didn't think I was in a rush to get everybody registered. Went to make sure I had the right people, and it was full.
I cannot make the 5th one.
Okay.
My daughter's birthday.
On the
She
27th?
would never
Which
forget.
one?
The little one.
The little one. Yeah, you gotta be there for that.
We have August 27th and September 27th. That made it easy for the family. All right. Yes, we're on moving on. Need somebody to move us to executive session. We need a motion.
I move we,
Do it.
You can read this whole thing right here.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's right
From the
there.
I move that we go to executive session for, there we go, read that.
well, but that's not what I wanted to say.
Oh, well, what do you want to say?
Well, we have to suspend this meeting to go into executive session, right? So there's really,
We have to move into executive session.
we have to
Usually we
move
do.
into executive session, but we don't have to recess?
No.
We don't have,
No.
that isn't part of the
No,
motion?
yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay, then I'm good. So, I move that we, enter executive session to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive officer.
Wait.
Period.
We're doing the first one, 14.
Yeah, don't forget the first one.
I thought
Number
there were- I thought there were
14.
We need to,
And to conduct deliberations with persons designated to negotiate real estate transactions.
You can
What's the
provide-
3?
Okay, this is, sorry, I didn't know. This is more confusing than I hoped it would be. So we are going to go to executive session for the number 14, to conduct deliberations with persons designated, et cetera. We are going to have 2 topics that fall under that executive session provision. And the first one is why Jenny is here. So I'm hoping maybe we can do that part of the executive session first. She can be released to get to her evening. And then we can do the second part of that executive session. And then we'll do number 15, which is the performance review piece. So
I
Okay,
think,
so do you need 2 motions?
I don't think you do,
So my
because you're
motion
going to
was
stay in
okay,
executive
right?
session. Your motion was, it
It
was.
was just reversed, but it was okay.
I'll second.
So, yeah.
okay, all in favor signify aye, opposed nay. Kyle?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. We are now in executive session. We hope to return, I don't know, 8 for all
It's 8
3.
and 5 minutes.
Oh, it is 8.
That would be
Shoot.
great.
I know, that'd be great. I told you 9.
So who,